Alright. I hope you're back everywhere. Okay. Are we ready for some Honor of Kings, guys? And team, wait, I need my Team Vitality jacket. Need my nice jacket, eh? Yes. It's a bit dark in my room though, but oof. There we go. Got that jacket. Can you? Oh, nice. I was happy you opened my window. And Azra, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. Appreciate. Thank you. Let me see if there's sound. 1 second. Oh, that's loud. There you go. Actually, probably shouldn't mute the music. Actually, it's fine. Doesn't matter. They just... Did the timer just go up by 24 minutes? Well, that's fine. So I mean, you can look at the bracket maybe. Where can I find the bracket actually for this? Is that like Liquid Media Honor of Kings? Team Vitality. So we have where do I find this though? Oh yeah, there we go. Play in Virtus Pro and Major Bright are the two opponents that we have to beat. First we play Virtus Pro and then we play Major Bright. And tomorrow the same thing again. But yeah. Yeah, maybe we check out some new Honor of King stuff until then. So I need my, what do I need? Is my phone charged? My phone is 42%, okay, let me get all my cables ready. I guess we... Did I turn off my thing? Right here, I need a lot of cables. I need a lot of cables. I need some food actually. That would be nice. I can check out what the newest characters do as well, if they're allowed, or the patch that happened maybe. And I'm gonna eat a, I eat something. Okay, let me see, can I show this? What do I want it to be here. I have no sound. Where's me sound? Oh, I didn't start my game capture software. There we go. A gated Wukong skin. Claim 1 out of 5 free epic skins. Wow. So what do we have new here? This one, right? Oh, he's a support Clash laner, okay. I should maybe mute the background thing now. Wait, I just realized my YouTube chat is my old one. Where's my new YouTube chat? Ah, there it is. Pop out chat. Okay. Let's see right here. That's a shield. Is this a shield that explodes? Okay. Oh, what are these basic attacks? Oh, is that von ally? Oh, it's teleport? That's kind of cool. Oh, it's okay. It's like, I know what this. I know what this is. You can port an ally and give them a shield. Ally puppet? I guess I... Oh no, I can. Ah, that's... Damn, wow. Wow. By the way, is the sound fine or is there any crackling? Is he support? He looks like a top laner, right?
Victory.
No crackling, okay. He can support? I mean, yeah, but looks more like a... Looks definitely more like a... top laner, flash laner. What are the new skins? Maybe we should do some Gamba. And try to get I kind of want this skin right here. Oh my. Oof. They reset the timer? It's 15 minutes now, it says. 15 minutes to go. I get it right now, look at this. Right here. I didn't get it. I get it right here. Look at this. Oh, wait, what lucky star? What does that mean? I get a discount. $10% off? Going for it. Come on, give me the skin, man! Bam. Do I even want it though? Do I want the skin? I kinda do. Okay, what else is new? Ember Era, Kaiser. Oh yeah, I got this skin. Is look at this. Oh wait, I wanted to play the skin, but last time it didn't quite work, right? This one. This one is crazy. This skin is wild. What in like what? Look at the ultimate. What's even going on, man? I know, right? Hey, what hits did I get? I got, what hits did I get? I think this one's also pretty cool. Where's Musashi? Wow. I like this red, this kind of red, like red theme. Yeah, red and black is always a good combination, yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
Victory.
I think I have time. I don't have time to play a game though, because I don't know how long the game could take. Where's Camilo now? Yeah, like if you play start Honor of Kings, it's very easy. Like if you play other MOBAs that are also similar, you're gonna get into this game very easily and very fast. 100%. And you can either play mages in mid lane, or you can play auto-tech range characters in farm lane. Mid lane is mages mainly only. Use all of these. You can play all of these, and they're very fun. I liked Angela the most. I started with Angela. And I think Daji is a good starter character for the first, but like Angela's great to learn mid lane. But yeah, either you play farm lane or mid lane. Or you play both, I guess. Farm lane is auto tech damage, heroes, and mid lane is mages. Wait, Ali got a buff? Ali was buffed. Okay. I guess she's only broken in the hands of pro players, I guess. What's the skin? Ooh. Wait, how do I get this one though? Oh, That's just 13 euros, I guess. Okay. I see. I see. Can only buy early with the tokens after the event ended. I mean, that's... I will wait. I have enough. I have too many tokens. I need to spend my tokens. I just got tokens. Okay. You don't like sci-fi theme skins? I mean, they're fine. But I get it too. I get it. Curious what the meta looks like right now, but I don't think much has changed, right? I assume it's still gonna be... Wait, she got nerfed though. How many days did she? She got nerfed 4 days ago? Wait, this is a lot of nerfs. What? Passive, frozen touch. I mean, 8% magic hit attack nerfed. Skill 1. 10%. Skill 2. 5%. I mean, just got some scaling nerfs, I guess. But I guess it doesn't matter, really. Thoughts on Leo Bang? I mean, I haven't seen much action, I can't really tell you. Maybe see him today? Who knows? I'll just go back to the timer. Cause we're starting soon, man. The last time reset at 5? I know, let's see. Maybe it doesn't reset this time. Yeah, she is one of the best characters in the entire game. I mean, solo queue supports in general, right? It's like always a bit rough. But broken free mates, as always. I don't think that's a surprise, eh? What's going on? We're watching the Honor of King Championship play-ins for the EMEA region. So we have 3 teams. We have Team Vitality, which we're rooting for, Virtus Pro, and Royal Pride. And one of these teams will make it to the verge, or like to the championship. And hope that Vitality qualifies, eh? Or I will showcase maybe. Let me pull up the there you go. Yeah, this is the tournament we're trying to qualify right now for. 1 million USD, and that's pretty much the championship for non-Chinese teams, pretty much. This is pretty much, wait, what is this? Yeah. This is the championship for the non-Chinese teams. And you can see right here, this is the spot playing for. That's also the only spot for a other, like Turkey have their own thing. So yeah. Indonesia has 3 teams, for example. Philippines have 2. Malaysia has 2 more. This is also Malaysia, right? Yeah. Brazil has 2 teams. So yeah. So, I looked back and the timer went up again. The timer went up. It's okay. It's okay. Happens. Maybe I should really just eat something then. I have patience. Yeah, after playing Unite, I have patience. Exactly. I'm fine. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. This qualifier is an offline tournament, so, you know, as we all know, offline tournaments can always have some, you know, technical issues or something. Everyone has to get set up. Yeah, they have to go on stage or wherever they're playing, right? I don't know what it looks like, but this is not from their homes, so yeah. This is at a setup. So stuff can happen. Hilton Abu Dhabi in the Pixel Gaming venue. And the World Championship will be in Indonesia, right? Yeah. Jakarta. I'm about to sound stupid, but I didn't even know Indonesia has cities. Oh wait, wait. I just mixed something up completely. I just thought of Singapore. Sorry. Because they have a similar flag, right, Singapore? It's also red and white, right, Singapore? Does Singapore have cities? No, right? It's like Singapore is just one like country city, right? I don't even know. Does Singapore have cities? I get, or does it have like parts? I mean, Singapore is like as big as Berlin, I think. Hope to see some Shangguan. Because I can't play it myself. Anything else we can check? So again, we have now Vitality going up against Virtus Pro. And then we have Major Pride, which qualified from the Open Series against Vitality. Then for last, we have Major Pride against Virtus Pro. And then tomorrow, the same. All of them play against each other twice in a best of 3. And the team with the best score goes to the championship. Simple. Very, very simple. Very simple. Are they from Kazakhstan? Major Pride? But yeah, this tournament will be huge. This time, no Chinese team to roll on the other teams. When is this going to be? Oh, already in a month. Okay. 12th to 27th of October. Okay. I see. Did the North American thing finish? Or was this it? Oh, Tribe didn't make it? Oh, Tribe lost every game. Oh. 3 Brazilian, 2 French players. LATAM partner team, Open Series Champions and A partner. Tribe got swiped 0-8. Ouch. Alright, 2 minutes, it's real, guys, it's real. I swear, 2 minutes. Should I knock? Guys, imagine I just knock on tournament streams. Look, I can knock here. Maybe I should knock. This Twitch feature is such, like, weird. Maybe I can co-stream with the official tournament stream. Well, there are no German teams, but Team Vitality has a German mid laner. So we have a German in Vitality. Another reason to root for Vitality. Mid laner is German. Got some tea. Surely this time. Guys, 25 seconds. 20 seconds. Surely. If it goes up again, I'm gonna make some backflips. What tea? Green tea. Let's go. First some highlights, okay.
With Influence Rage when they have that 8k gold lead. They have the minions pushing the crystal.
Yeah, they're looking to push at this one. Oh, it looks like MTS is going from the backside. He's trying to go in, and they do end up getting the kill. They get Sunny on that one, but the flashback. Arakizuro's down as well as Molly and really want to fight this one, but now he's on the run. He's been slowed down with a time bomb. He decides to go in, but he gets killed. He got caught out of position. Arakizuro's just barely, no, he's going to get sniped in the end. He gets killed. Bilal will take credit for this. Charm is down for the count as well. They've got 4 members of FAR. Make that 5, and they will take the 8th.
Well, I guess no North American team then, really. If they lost 8-0.
Right in, under the tower. He's looking to fight this one, but he's gotten first blood. WinRJ's the first to fall. Patroni's doing some damage, and it looks like they've gotten a second one. Capex is killed as well, but they get Raikou in return. Here's the death at Sunset, the meteor kill on top of this one. Sony's getting focused in, but he's able to kill it. He is, and he turns it around. Another meteor kill, the flashback, but a double kill going the way.
Lord, whilst they had all that downtime into the actual crystal of the side of ISG, but there we go. Blazing Sun Arrow comes through once more. He's gonna be the ultimatum between taking down the higher grade Algren as well.
Minky. Does it sound fine right now?
MTS
More
doing a lot of damage
voices.
onto the Kaiser. Kaiser's now back into it. That is a kill coming over the side of ISG and Tribe. 1-2 trades so far for both.
I think the music
That's
is on
where all
purpose.
his healing is going to come from, as well as his abilities. We see the Conductor of Souls come through. There is no knockup though. However, MTS gets taken down once more because the damage from Muster is just too much. We see Mali
Wait, did
going down
Tribe
as well.
play
As a
mid Musashi, or is that-
3-0 trade because Steins now
No,
comes
it's
back
Lady
up.
Zhen.
John
Oh, never
Spey
mind.
on the run. This could be the setup of a triple kill.
Lady Zhen. 08. North America, man. 07.
Welcome everybody back to the EMEA Play-ins 2024 Honor of Kings Championship. Today we'll be looking at the best within the EMEA region. Today you have myself, Blam, and today is not Holo with me, it is Mr. Kin. How we feeling?
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu, and I'm feeling great. Now, this is the last leg of the qualifiers here for the play-ins, and EMEA, a region that I think is going to be really exciting later tonight, because I feel all three teams very well matched against each other.
I mean, we know some of the teams, right? We've seen them play before. Obviously, Major Pride, we saw in the open region, had a fantastic run, only dropping one round in the entire of the open season, split 2. And then obviously Vitality, we've seen in season 2 Invitational, and then EWC. And then Virtus Pro, they tried their best within that last chance qualifier to get to Riyadh, but unfortunately was beaten by Weibo Gaming. So again, it's going to be nice to see the improvements that these players have between then and now.
That's right. Now, all these three teams, they have been close to the markers before, and it would sting to kind of miss the mark again, right? So today's a really important day because this is going to set the advantage for them as we head into the final stages of this play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you could hope for any of these teams is that there's a few like 2-1 scores coming through with some of these battles, right? Because if there's a solid 2-2s going all over and you've been on the receiving end of those, you're then going to be 4 points behind as you get into day 2. But they are the teams here, Virtus Pro, Vitality, and Major Pride. All these teams have a little bit of a weight behind them here, right? They have Major Pride, the only team that may not be the ones to get through to the play-ins, who got all the way from the open series because Influence, Rage, and Fearless Esports Hong Kong was able to. Vitality having to come back off of not the best performance from EWC, right? And then Virtus Pro, obviously the only loss that they have had so far is just at that last chance qualifier. So they now have another chance to prove themselves to be the EMEA Masters.
That's right. They have missed the mark before, they have felt the pain, and today I think they want to come out swinging, right? They want to show us that they are the best, they deserve this slot as well, and they definitely want to go into the playoffs in Indonesia. Now let's take a look at the schedules here. It's going to be Virtus Pro going up against Major Pride, first game of the day. Secondly, they will be having 3 games actually today. Virtus Pro will be going up against Vitality, and once again playing the second round against Major Pride.
Yeah, look how easy Vitality get it today, right? They get one game halfway through the day, and then they're like, hey, my job's done now. I'm just going to go and chill. Or
wait, what?
Oh, we've lost our first game of the play-ins, right, against Virtus Pro. So just as equally tough for Virtus Pro because they have all 3 games today. So that means that in terms of the matches they have tomorrow won't be as many, right? So they have to make the most of this day 1.
Yep, so they definitely need to be on point. They need to be on the ball as well. And here we go, Vitality getting ready on stage as well.
Yes, this is a familiar roster. Obviously, we have a little bit of a difference now. The support player is no longer Benji. Benji is a substitute, and we have Winter on there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how
Winter from Espa
makes the difference of the chemistry of the team, right? This is a new player coming onto the global stage for the first time with Team Vitality. They still have the same coach as well, so I can imagine there's been a lot of preparation for this team to get to this point.
Yeah, exactly. Every time there's a new change in a roster, things will go through a shakeup, right? Because now it's a new person.
It's like, can we just play already, please, man?
It's a new person to kind of draft with,
and
play styles might differ. But at this point, I believe they should have
He's ready to clap.
I mean, we've already seen them play at the Esports World Cup, and while their performance wasn't what they wanted, I think today we might get to see what kind of a sauce they're going to bring into the battle today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them in Season 2 Invitational, right? There was a lot of Kaiser in the jungle because there was a case of City Boy and Shanks switching between the jungle role for themselves, so they had to kind of play back to basics, something that was a little bit more of a front line. But we can kind of hope with all the kind of play-ins that they've done up until now, they've got a few different pocket picks in their draft, because I can't imagine that Kaiser's going to get them through the entire of the play-ins, right, Ken?
Yeah, for sure. Now it's definitely going to be a totally different draft, right? And you know what? My biggest memory of on the side of Vitality actually comes from Shanks. So Shanks, as we know, can put up those all-star MVP performances. And today he needs to be on point. So he needs to bring the A game. He needs to be that farm lane that Vitality needs so that they can make it through.
Yeah, not only that, right? Highland, we know, had a good performance within EWC, but then also Season 2 Invitational, and really surprising us with that Shangguan pick, right? That was probably one of the first times we actually started to see Shangguan actually come out onto the Gorge, and then after that point, we saw other teams picking it up, especially when they needed a lot of burst damage, and Highland played it to almost perfection, right? There's a lot of pressure for the player, and hopefully he's kind of overcome
Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you.
And he's just going to really dominate these games in the EMEA play-ins.
Yep, if you take a look at the face of the coach, I think she feels pretty confident as well. So this is a good sign for the side of Vitality. Of course, you know, no biasness here. We want all 3 teams to perform. But end of the day, it is a competition, right? So it is strongest, survival of the strongest. So at this point, as long as they're able to pull their weight in their individual roles, it should work out for them. But, you know, this is just half of the battle. Yeah,
Kid, I can see you on the screen. It's Kinception. Kinception. We're hearing him. We're not seeing him, but we're seeing him in the background. Kin, how do you feel that you can see yourself? What would you tell past Kin right now?
Huh?
What? You guys are looking at me from a different screen?
Look. No, look. Can you see Winter? Look to her right or left. You can kind of see you on the screen in the background.
Oh, Kinception. Okay. Well, nonetheless, let's go straight into the action. The draft has started, so we're gonna have Vitality go up against Virtus.
We're in draft. Okay, what's already planned?
What do you think about this pick?
I mean, this has been a solid pick of the entire
a Dharma
open series, the play-ins, right?
Ogre and Ali on the right side, but I mean, those two, like, Ogre got nerfed at least, right? But doesn't really matter much.
Huge, and it's a good first pick, right?
Oh, that looks so scary. The Ali, Ogre, and Zhang Fei look so scary.
Keeps your opponents guessing. But we now see Virtus Pro have actually on the stage as well. We just saw Vex there. They ban out the Mai Shiranui, they ban out the Doli, and the Sun Bin.
Are they going to put Thailand onto supportive mid laner?
They kind of want to make sure that those
China kind of made this popular, I feel like, right?
Kind of support heroes don't come through because we know the great counter-engage mechanics that Sunbin has.
Depending on Lady Zhen, Haino.
Yeah, that's right. And if you take a look at the draft, it's really a sourcing kind of draft, right? They want to look for those openings.
It is a what kind of draft? A sourcing kind of draft? A what?
Ogren, for the side of VP, and for the side of Vitality, it's going to fall on the Dharma. So they need to find these openings, and hopefully with the openings, it will then allow their farm lanes to deal and get the damage in as well.
Apparently so.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic 90 pick, right? Dharma was probably one of the big picks for him in EWC. We saw him come through with the Dharma quite often, especially back then when Orgrim wasn't quite yet available to be used.
I mean, Orgrim still play Clash lane?
The Byron, which obviously has now been banned out. Same with the Haino as well. So looking to focus not only the mid lane, but also a jungle pick. The Haino can be as well. But locking in the Orgrim for a Virtus Pro is huge for them, right? They do go for the Dharma to try and get a little bit more CC to try and counter the Orgrim. But Ali coming through there as well is a great first pick for the side of Virtus Pro. They go for the Mulan. So again, this is a hero that wasn't actually getting a lot of airtime in EWC. It was, I believe, AG Global picked it up, right, against the KPL Dream Team. And then ever since then, I hadn't seen it since
Mulan was buffed,
Invitational.
right?
So hey, the Mulan comes out onto the Gorge once more to go against the Dharma. How do we feel about that one, Ken?
Interesting.
Really good, right? Because with the recent patch itself, Mulan is now buffed, so you can definitely expect her to appear on the Gorge a little bit more. In terms of proficiency, we're looking for an opening. So if she catches onto anyone on the backlines, if there is no anti-CC protection, essentially you can kind of soft confirm that it's going to be a kill.
No,
at
Princess
this point
Frost,
of time, looks like they want to go for the heals as well. Tie-in as well as Princess
We have
Frost
Zia, the new mid lane mage.
on the side
wow,
of Vitality.
Mulan,
I like the
Zhang Fei,
CC,
Ogre, and Ali.
but Princess Frost
Interesting.
is a highly mechanical hero.
That's cool. My first game that watching again, and we're gonna see the new mid laner. Let's go.
And I think it might be of a certain difficulty for Vitality.
Yeah, I think they just
But
want to
I can't
go
root for them because they have it pro, you know, we have to go for Vitality.
They have the sustain from the Huan, they have it from the Taiyan as
That's
well.
cool though, that's cool.
And kind of pairing that with the Lung and the Dharma, you can kind of see a little bit of a hyper carry strat going on for the side of Team Vitality, whereas over to the side of Virtus Pro, they're going for some really solid picks like the Orgrin, like the Ali as well, some really good high appearance picks. It just all depends on how they play it and seeing how if Mac can actually
if you're already in it, alright, Vitality, let's get it done.
Because with the Ali being a late game hero, you need to make sure that resource acquisition is something that you do quicker than your opponent.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know what? Actually, I have a huge concern. That's gonna fall on Winter because I'm not the biggest fan of a tie-in pick. I don't feel like she offers too much. But we'll see, right? Because the ERMs could be effective in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see that they're just going for a lot of CC to try and counter the Ogre, and they don't want to be victims of that conductor of souls.
So what are they doing? Wait, it's
you know, with the healing him,
so Orgrin started mid lane to clear out the lane first. Okay, interesting.
Because one of the things that Vex is looking for is low health, but with the tie-in, it's gonna kind of counter that particular front, right? But my concern is Winter. Not super survivable in the fights if she gets caught off.
Is the volume fine, by the way, between me and the castles?
I think that's down to a great ban and pick rate, right? Ban draft from Virtus Pro. And the ability of the band out.
Interesting.
The Sunbin as well. Kind of, they took the Zhang Fei for themselves, obviously, so there was not a lot left to have within the support role. If they went for the Liam Po, I think it would have just been a little bit less of a sustain, more of trying to get onto the back line, like the Ali, like the
Virtus probably has a bit more tempo now with this.
And again, I don't think we've seen Liam Po in the support role within
the
play-ins, and it hasn't actually gone that well, right?
Yeah, but at this point, we'll see how it goes, right? Because we are pretty neck and neck, a slight advantage.
Maybe this is better. I mean, I don't hear a difference
at this point. As the knockup does arrive for the side of VP. No, VP, they're known as a very aggressive team as well. So let's see if they're gonna pull their weight for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Vex getting all that gold up, right? Just making sure he's able to build.
I mean, this Ogre is already scary.
For the Eye of the Phoenix to just
he's already quite
HP
scary.
Regen as well, so it's
On
just all
level
a matter of
6.
time, right? For both these builds, okay, 90, dealing a lot of damage.
Yep, that's a good poke, right? And this is exactly what Vitality.
Yeah, there's funneling Ogre so hard. He already has 1.8k gold
deficit because Prince should have it down.
This Adama skin is crazy, by the way.
Going to allow him to be much higher level than your usual mid laner.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of the Dharma pick, right? Even
he's
though
gonna
you've got
invade.
some like versatile, very agile hero
just
like
go back out,
Mulan, just dashing around and stuff like that, he can just like change the angle, right? He can be like pop, 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 turn around, pop, 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 turn around, and just like try and catch her off that way. And even
they have an answer for this Ogre.
minion wave.
Yeah, so no enlightenment really important for the side of Vitality. At this point, you know, it's a back and forth, right? Nobody wants to overcommit. Nobody wants.
I mean, Long has to just. They have to find into Long.
Once you give a swing to either side, they
find good engagement with
really
Dharma.
hard.
Yeah, and I think the good thing with the Ogre pick into Virtus Pro, right, is the fact that Huon's not able to kind of have that dominative performance that we've seen on the likes of Raikou, but trying to get into the enemy jungle, which has been kind of like the key thing, right, in the early game with Huon.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Actually,
this Ogre's already so annoying.
We might want to commit on this. Not going to have it too much, right? Irem going to be committed as well. But Vitality, they're just poking and prodding. I don't think they want to overcommit at this point.
My game is very even.
Ken, what would you think to the Suya pick here, but ending into the Virtus Pro roster?
I like it, right?
Oh.
And it works really well. Here we go.
Good damage, good damage, good damage.
Here, not going to be enough damage at this point.
But still good damage.
You know, back to your question itself. I think
he's
if
just
they give it
farming
the
so
Ogryn or
much.
Even the Mulan or
He's
Arlie,
he's
it
already
could be
3.1k
very
gold.
damaging because late game, they are a very scary bunch. It's going to be hard to catch Prince out.
He's just farming everything.
I'm
Look,
really
he's with
surprised,
again.
okay, with Prince, because he isn't able to actually get any sort of like XP level up, even though that's the whole thing of Suye, right? He's still level 6. He's just about to get to level 7. Not too far ahead of Highland. That's kind of, you want to be playing
That's
way
crazy
further
how
ahead
much
in the
good he
XP
has.
game when you're Suye, right?
Yeah, it's a
Okay, this could be
compounding
important this
effect,
fight. We have to
right?
win
And
this
might be the
fight
one that gets
already.
It down. Tyrant is in
Mivic's kinda
threatening
low. Oh, we don't get the
range.
objective.
It is going to be Tsuya that gets a Prince.
Oh, but Dama
Yes,
with a huge
Winter
stun.
is still alive,
We got
but
pistol on
can he
Ogryn.
survive?
Let's
First
go.
Blood actually goes to
90,
Vitality.
huge.
4-on-1
90.
in the middle. The
We get
river
Mulan too.
is
Nice.
not
We
gonna
got
be a safe
3k.
place.
Okay, that's
It's
worth
going
it.
to be
3 kills and
three
a shutdown.
for the side of VP
Okay.
as Vitality takes the first step forward.
Yeah, they get the
Dama found a
crucial
huge
kill,
ultimate
but
into the void.
Past can they take a 3-0 trade?
Okay, that
over the
is
side of
so
Team
important.
Vitality, it does put them up by 700
If we
gold,
don't
and it
win this
leaves our
fight, I
T1
feel like the
into
game would already be
farm lane
over, not gonna lie.
completely unguarded. So again, that is a way better trade than
And how
taking
long
the
has a good
Tyrant.
time
Tyrant
farming?
lasts a little longer, but the effects of the T1 takedown, those 3 kills, has a lasting effect, right?
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, Mac is trailing Shanks.
And suddenly
in the
Ogryn and Juan have the
department.
same
So even
amount
though
of gold
Prince
now.
is leading,
So they're
it's
completely caught
evened
up.
out by this part of Shanks.
Completely caught up.
Yeah, just completely trying to change the roles and the leads between these two teams
Nice, nice.
here. But again, we're seeing that gold lead slowly slip away from Virtus Pro. They've got to make sure that they can take a next team fight in their favor. It kind of went like, at the beginning part, we saw it was like, hey, okay, Virtus Pro, they get the crucial kill theft. Maybe that extra bit of damage would help them. But no, it's just how Team Vitality navigated that whole
Farming
team
so
fight
much,
was just
man.
a great
Just cruising
composure.
around.
Yeah,
But,
it
like,
kind of,
he's not ahead anymore,
nullifies the
so-
efforts that have been put in by VP
Good
right now.
knockback.
90 gonna just get some pokes in, you know, retreats at this point. And I don't think Vitality wants to overcommit. Right now, they're taking a look at what kind of opening.
Now we're chilling, I mean, I don't know, both teams are scaling, I guess.
Into the mid lane, we see a lot of people. Virtus Pro looking to get some traded blows there onto City Boy, but he doesn't feel it. He can heal it.
Yeah, and it's not a perfect start, right? Because at this
Nah,
point,
not
they
really.
committed the flash from 3005, and there was no result for that. There was no return on investment.
Yeah, when you want to be using these things, it's completely opportunity, right? You need to just make sure you're getting the most out of when you sacrifice something that is fatal within either getting a way into a team fight or a way out, especially on a hero like the Mulan. You can kind of see Mac actually doing a little bit of a mirroring play that Shanks was doing into the farm lane, right? He's looking to
He's
get
giving
that
up
T1
top
into the
turret,
clash
he's giving
lane.
up top turret.
Zhang Fei's doing a great job at keeping the side of Vitality from him. 90 maybe getting an approach here.
Yep, Winter is here, going to be dropped
Okay,
down.
good
The stun
pull.
does not land from the side of Prince, but they do get the return blow from City Boy, right?
Long feels more
Now,
like a mage.
I know you like to
I mean,
play a
kinda,
mean
yeah.
Ogryn blend. At this
Yeah, he's
point,
kind of like a
does it
mage
feel
80
like
carry.
he's under a lot of pressure?
Not wrong.
I mean, if you look at the goal
just have one big
difference,
burst.
no, because he's ahead, right? So the
Every few
passive coming
seconds.
through pretty well. He's able to get his
You're not wrong.
Azure Golems and Crimson Golems at all times. It's not like City Boy is doing much to actually try and starve
City
the
Boy.
Ogryn, which is kind of the counterplay, right? If you don't have the CC, you've got to starve the Ogryn.
Yeah, which is also a risk.
Honestly,
they're
very
taking,
passive
right?
game,
Because
but I
if
mean,
you
it's
invade the
that's
jungle
because
at the
Virtus
wrong
Pro is
time,
farming all
essentially
game
you give
either.
away
So.
that lead you've worked so hard in the first 7 minutes of the game for.
And Vitality's comp is not too
You can
proactive,
kind
right?
of
It's
see,
like
though,
very
in the goal lead that Shanks is able to get just a little
reactive
bit ahead
with
of
Princess Frost
Mac right
run.
now, and that's the kind of thing you don't want to let slip further away.
Dama.
But
Yeah,
we've
Dama
seen
is the only
Shanks
one that can,
plenty of
like, be
times.
proactive.
He's able to just be a great farm lane player. That was a great wave clear from the side of Vitality, just keeping that T1, maybe trying to go for it into the bot lane. They're able to get it on the side of Virtus Pro. So another turret is going over to Virtus Pro. So Virtus Pro not having that same issue
tournament
as
games like
Tri-Gaming
this?
did yesterday.
No, it depends on what team, like what
This
they
could
do.
be the engage that they're looking for. They will not overcommit, right? It's all about positioning for the side of Vitality.
Not
And
always,
based
no.
on
Some
what they're
games
doing,
are
I feel
just
like they could be a
kill
bit
after
more
kill.
aggressive. Right now, they are just too afraid to overstep their boundaries.
But I think
I mean,
Vitality's
that's
just
gotta be
happy
good for
farming
Virtus
right now.
Pro,
Like, they don't
Especially for
mind. They're
the
just
ego.
farming.
It's like, hey, they're not sort of like taking us for granted.
very
here.
good
They're
team
actually playing
fighting,
with
so-
a lot of respect for the side of Virtus Pro. Mulan might get caught out in a 2v1 up into the clash lane. We have not seen just yet, but hey.
And Long needs
so
a few
far, so good
items.
for both of these teams. They're keeping neck and neck, right?
Yep, and it's going to be a trade, right? With
Okay,
3005,
trade.
he might not die. They do not get the steal here on the side of Vitality. And
I mean,
this
that
could
would
be
have
the
never happened to
swing
steal.
that
It would
VP
be
has been waiting
crazy.
for, right? So a failed play on the top, this could spell the end of the league.
Winter's caught.
Conductor results going in.
Might be. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a kill, and this was the concern, right? Winter immediately gets bursted down. They make the trade, but is it worthwhile, right? You give a support, you get
You
a
have to
trade
push up
in the
bot
neutral
lane, that would be
objectives. What do you
nice.
think,
Too much experience loss otherwise.
It all depends on what Vitality now do with the Overlord, right? When those Vanguards come
Yeah, we're just gonna
through,
lose
are they
bot
actually gonna
lane
get a lot
gold
of
right
pressure
now.
into those lanes. Right now, you can kind of
Someone
see
is
that the advantage for Virtus Pro is down into the bot side of the lane, whereas right now it's pretty much equalized in that clash lane. Seeing the teleport mechanic come through here for a 3005, looking to get a bit of a macro push.
Oh, I've been
and stop
engaged.
that, but hey, mid-fight.
This Organ looks so tanky right now, but he's
So
perma
he drops
CC'd
the
actually.
freeze,
Wait,
comes
can we
in
go for him?
Prison, gonna land that Mark. Vex is
Oh,
falling
he gets on
low.
the
Could
shield.
be
Come
the last
on,
hit there.
no.
Will not finish the Mark. Vex
That was
walks
so
away.
close.
This could be the turnaround that VP have been waiting for. They won't overcommit at this point. 3005. He's looking for an opening.
The promise you stand up in the front line, I feel like.
3005 did what he needed to do in that bot
Oh,
lane.
Mulan
right,
is
was get
caught.
the
Okay, that's
macro
one.
turn before
No.
here.
Yep, he's gonna give his life, and this is gonna be a lead back in the favor on the side of Vitality as well. If 90 does not fall,
90
it's
gets
a
away,
win
nice.
for Vitality.
The problem is we're losing a lot
that
of
would've
gold
been
on the
a
minions
huge
right now on the
fall for
Overlord.
Vitality
I feel like
there,
the
but 90
Overlord...
did fall. We do see the retreat for Vex though over the
It's
wall.
just so mid
With the Papa
sometimes.
passing. Are they gonna lead up with Grizzly
You just
Q
lose
coming in?
gold out of it.
Yep, the beast is unleashed here, but it's going to be the ultimate coming in from
But all the
D1
enhanced
as
Tyrant
well.
is there.
It's all good. City Boy saved the team for the time being, and they want to
Watch
maintain
Shanks
this
is walking
lead
up.
that they have.
A lot of trading blows, a lot of damage onto the Zhong face, so really just keeping away from this next interaction.
Yeah, I'm not
especially
feeling the
onto
Mulan so
Shadow
far
Tyrant.
yet, I don't
Maybe this
know.
is what Vitality was doing, was just giving
Really
over
hasn't done
these normal
anything.
Tyrants and expecting to get that Shadow Tyrant, but you can kind of see the
Can we get
Virtus
the
Pro
Tyrants? We
going
should
for
teamfight
that
instantly now.
Shadow
They should look for
Overlord, right?
teamfight.
Shadow
It's time to
Vanguards
fight,
are
boys.
very
Let's go.
good with those macro plays.
Time to fight.
Yep, I like it. They make a beeline straight away, right? The moment they knew that, hey, the Tyrant is not worth contesting for, let's go for the Shadow Overlord.
Enough farming, let's go.
Yeah, placing that a bit of pressure into the mid lane. They're able to get the T1, however, onto the side.
Maybe
of
open
Team
up mid lane, that's
Vitality.
nice.
So only T1 surviving now on the side of
Some
Virtus Pro is
fun.
that clash lane, and we know how important that mid T1 is. Virtus Pro
Orkun says the
very
most
difficult,
good, but
very
like,
well trying to get the T1.
hopefully
from
Long is
Team
strong enough.
Vitality, but they just put up too much of a fight to defend it. It is ground zero at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, so map advantage slightly towards Vitality once they reset.
We have
the
anti-healing
base,
at least.
At this point, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Vanguards, they're coming down. I don't think it's going to pose too much of a problem, but based on how VP rotates, we'll see.
Yes, so far we're looking at that goal lead, and it hasn't actually flitted too much between these teams, right? And I think that's the blessing for Virtus Pro right now, is the fact that they haven't lost a huge goal lead. Because if that's the case,
Oh,
Team
Vex
Vitality
caught.
will be clapping back.
Can we follow
Here
up? He's
it
just
goes. The
perma
Winter's
stunned.
coming in, he's laid down.
Okay,
Vex is falling low.
huge.
Some Rampage coming in. They're going to start the fight perfectly on the side of
He's perma
Vitality.
stunned,
They get the
but
kill.
Princess Frost.
Now they are going to reverse that wave. And right now, it's just pressure all across 3 lanes for the side of Vitality.
But the mini wave dies so
This was
fast
the problem
against
that
Zia.
ISG
It's
had
like,
yesterday, right? When they went into team
Just
fights,
obliterates
their
every wave.
opponent's Influence Rage was taking out the Ogryn straight away, and that's kind of see what you're getting here from Team Vitality. They're focusing the Ogryn, so they don't really have much of a front line. Grizzly Q
Bling.
is always been used as like a second engage, or maybe
set up
trying
a
to just
bottom
catch off the
turret
rest
push
of Team
here.
Vitality when they're not expecting
Should
it.
be-
Maybe
should
not
be a
being
second
used in the
turret.
best way, but for now, let's see how they
Yeah,
do
Highland's
that
positioning
Zorg
Rage to just make
Ogryn
sure they
back
can't
up.
walk in.
They've got to try
Puts
and
on the
get some
stun.
defensive measures here for
that's not that
VP.
turret down. Yep, nice.
So gold advantage still definitely in the side of Vitality, right? But EXP wise, this is the benefit of having Prince.
Oh,
Here
Shanks.
comes
They're gonna look
Vex,
for the
he's looking
engage
for an opening
onto
on the back
Long.
line. It is not going to be safe. You want ultimate going to be
Oh,
dropped
City
on the
Boys
side
could
of
have. Do we
City
not have
Boy, but here
invincibility?
comes
We don't have
the kill.
invincibility.
City
Long has
Boy
to fly up
was on
already.
on this fight as
This
VP,
fight does
they
not look
lay
good
the
at all,
damage
unless Long
in.
can turn
Here
it around
comes the
somehow. Can Long
jump
turn it
as
around?
well.
Nope.
As Grizzly Q, he's looking for more. Jumping the back lines, the Ogryn
Oops,
Vex
lost
is going to
3.
back off.
It's a 3
But
for
it's
2 though.
3 kills
Dama
for the
is
side
still
of
alive.
Virtus Pro, and this is a huge
90.
turnaround for them. 90. Trying to chase on for the kill as well. Vex caught in no man's land at this point. All he needs
Nice,
to do is
okay.
to run away.
Again,
no problem
Dama.
passing. He will be
Dama
taken
winning the
down.
fights in this
Shanks
area.
once again, MVP worthy.
Oh, that looks so
performance
bad,
as
man,
they
for a
take
while.
the win in that team fight.
At least even trade now.
Infinite vastness coming through at the right point, right? Just get Shanks out of there, and then Shanks can then just get back in when he sees fit. And right when 90 was taking the chase onto Grizzly Q and Vex, he was like, hey, I'm coming back in there, boys. Don't worry. I've got the damage. And you can kind of see within the itemization, he's got the Star Breaker, he's got the Eternity Blade, he's got the Master Blade, he's got the Siege Breaker. So there's a lot of damage coming from Shanks, and it showed there, just decimating Vex in a few blows.
Yeah, and this is really important, right? So VP at this point, I think what they need to find is to try and access the backline. They need the backline dive.
Does Ali have no impact so far yet?
In charge of this. Here we go, City Boy. Once again,
Untargetable? This Untargetable is so strong.
To get out. Melody
just free out of J-Cut every single time.
It's all about map control because in the next 15 seconds, it's going to be the Shadow, Overlord, and Tyrant pick again.
Yeah, you can
Are we going for the Overlord this time?
Going on right now. You can see
Looks
the
like
Vitality have gone for the Clash lane push, and you can see that 3005 has gone for the farm lane push. So trying to get that trade for the T2
We're going for more,
across the
or?
map is probably the best play here, right? Rather than playing it defensive.
I mean, Pierce got a free Tyrant. Okay, he's going to burst an Overlord now, I assume.
Take that Shadow Tyrant. They're able to. Shadow Overlord here, going to be contested for Vitality.
Yep, so Vitality, they know what's at risk, but this opens up the map.
We're losing bottom tier 3.
On the bottom. Is this a mistake from the side of VP?
Oh. Well, you can kind of see what Team Vitality wanted to do there, right? They wanted to get the Overlord quick enough.
We should get top tier 3 though with this push easily.
3005s,
or maybe they even caught. If we get 2 kills right here, we can end the game.
Set it up quick enough.
Mulan is engaging. They're engaging.
Oh,
Dama's getting perma-stunned. He's taking no Dama's down. 90's down.
90, the first one to fall. He is going to be low
We're actually losing this fight.
well. Winter going to be silenced, taken out immediately. Highland of the backline is getting caught out by Mac. Mac is just all over the place with the lift step as well, and they clear out majority of the team, only losing.
I mean, actually fine because all the waves are pushed out.
Own devices at this point. You have the Shadow Vanguard, you have the Shadow Overlord, but it's not going to be enough. Grizzly Q gonna keep
he's a City Boy, he says. See you later, boy.
Looking for the powerful passing as well.
He's just
gonna
running.
try. He's buying time, City Boy, but
he's still healing.
All he's doing at this point. Because
well, they can't end at least because they have no minions.
It's gonna be given to Grizzly Q. Unfortunate there, but
dang, at least mid minions.
Absolute Mac attack, right? He came out of nowhere. He literally saved that whole interaction for the side of VP.
And now Ali is also massive.
Putting the pressure onto Shanks. Shanks could have completely dominated that, right? He took a lot of blows in the early team fight, but was able to get the infinite fastness to get out of there. But Mac was just like, hey, buddy, where you going? I'm going to catch you. And that was the best part of the whole thing for VP. Able to take that fight, take it in a really good nature, but Vitality had the Vanguards, right? So they had the added pressure of making sure that not all the side of VP died, because if they did, those Vanguards could have taken out that T2 into the mid lane, or even the high ground turrets into the Clash lane. But a really good play there that set up the whole thing thanks to 3005.
He just got down in the last fight instantly. He just got perma-stunned.
Oh, look at that. And this is where Prince is showing his value.
Panic ultimate.
The epic so big at this point. Giving the sanctification over to Mac. Look at Mac. He's level 17.
It's best of 3, yes.
And as of now, based on the last fight, you know they can't handle this Mac. He has his software upgrade at this point.
Yeah, no, the extra attack speed, right, is going to be absolutely fatal here. But okay, 90 goes in.
Yep, they're not
Mulan's kind of caught.
They're going to try and lay the pain, but the beast is dropped onto
I mean, we should be fighting this now. They're kind of
Shanks running for his life.
Forcing it so. VP is forcing it way too hard. But Shanks already forced ultimate. Maybe we just can't win fights anymore, but I feel like this should have been a fight we should take. But
push them away, kite them away from this T2 in the mid, and VP just
that was such a force engage. Yeah. And Mulan kind of was already out of the fight. Was probably 5.
Right? Maybe the Taiyang wasn't the best pick. Maybe the Shuangsu would have been better, right? Especially the counter for the Zhongfei with the big Unbridled Outrage. The CC immunity could have stopped a lot of these team fights going up into favor of VP. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's a missed opportunity there, right? But you can see where the merits of the thought process was, because they need to survive Vex as well. And Vex, he does damage over time, especially with the path of passing, the depth precipice as well. So the heals does provide a counter for that, but nobody addressed the fact that Mac was just a pain in the rear areas of Vitality, literally.
Yeah. Literally Mac Attack. I'm rebranding it. Hashtag Mac Attack for the side of VP. Already getting ahead with the gold now. So I think for the first time, they are now ahead steadily by about 1.4k. So that's a kind of lead that they want to get from Team Vitality. They want to make sure they're putting the pressure on in the right places.
Doesn't matter at all right now. Mulan has a flank. Do we know about Mulan on the left side? I hope so. Okay. Are they gonna go for the Overlord now? Maybe they try to go for both objectives at the same time. They're gonna try to steal this and go for the oh no. Could be scary.
Very, very patient. It looks like they're trying to bait it with the
Overlord.
actual Tyrant, but going for the Overlord, I think that's a really good, like, switcheroo, right? That's really well played by the side of VP, using that double smite to their advantage. I don't know who they've learned off VP here, but they're playing a lot better than they did in the last chance qualifier.
Yep, Vitality blindsided by that play, and now the pressure is on VP. This might be the game.
No, this is rough.
For them.
Yep, I mean, it's looking like
it's hard to survive this push.
Hopefully they can just follow through with now they
have Princess Ross can clear well enough, but
just getting that macro play and just making sure they make the best out of these next few team fights. Waiting in the bush here is 90.
Yep, Grizzly Q.
And Zheng Fei is so tanky.
Look at that, they're tickling him at this point. And Shanks, that's just one hit, guys. That's just one hit coming in from Mac.
Yeah, they say the truth hurts, right? But at that point, Grizzly Q is just like tickling and just jiggling. It's like, oh, yeah, the truth actually tickled a bit.
Yep, and at this point, VP, they're looking for the opening. Vex is just handling two members on his own in the mid as well. They will get rid of
maybe
that
defend it
Shadow,
for now.
Vanguard, and Overlords at the top lane. So Vitality, it survived the first wave.
To survive the first wave,
Ali might hit level 25.
More meatier for me is that Tempest Dragon, right? If Vitality are able to survive this barrage on the base with the Vanguards, we could be seeing a Tempest Dragon come through.
Oh, Zheng Fei? Ah, yes, that, okay.
Okay, the beast is going to be dropped.
He gets it out.
Grizzly Q, this is not the way he wants to start the fight. Universal Law going to be laid down, but here comes the Flaming Palms. What a
Wait,
hit!
what?
And
Ali's down.
They make a survival play.
Wait,
there.
what?
Instant kill coming in from
I didn't even see that. Wait, now we get... Ah, but what happened? I didn't even...
timed kill onto Mac right as the Tempest Dragon is up in 18 seconds. Mac is down for a further about 10 seconds between the spawn and the
Okay, we have to pause this now. Like, no, or just
get a really good head start.
Get stuff done. That's crazy. What? You one-shot Ali.
Right now, they kind of want to make
sure. Force it. Yes. Mulan is so useless.
Oh my goodness, the rampage comes in. Shanks gets the kill. Vitality. They get on stage.
I know Long got him, but I didn't even see it, man. That's crazy. Surely this is game. Surely they can't defend this.
If you just try and get to the late game, you're in trouble when the Lung is on the Gorge. He does so much damage. He's able to use the infinite vastness.
Just got one tapped or what?
But right now you're seeing all that pain come through from Shanks after that attack and assault from Mac, right? He's got a personal vendetta right now.
Yep, look at that gold swing.
Can we just not go down before...
time for the item switching as well. This is a big opportunity for them.
Good Princess Frost ultimate though. Good zoning.
Look at the damage they've laid down on the side of Vitality as well.
Yeah, we see that Suya's laying
oh my
down
god,
the
long
there, trying to clear the waves. They lose the
on the turret as well.
Into the Clash Lane kid.
Disgusting.
It's looking like a troublesome end here for VP.
Yep,
Dama's engaging.
On the side of VP.
Oh, but Ali!
Caught out on the backlines. Mac is going in for the damage as well.
Long is 1 HP. Long is 1 HP.
For Shanks at this point, but he's falling
Guys,
low.
play
The
for AD
damage
carry.
coming in VP. They turn it around. They get Winter as well.
Ah,
and
it's
this
not
is
over.
a successful defense coming in from VP.
It's not over.
Yeah, managing to take away the Vanguard, the Tempest Vanguard there at the T3 in the mid lane, just stopping the stuns coming through, stopping the damage as well. Great defense, able to take out Winter, so that's a lot of sustainability from the side of Team Vitality Gun. They've just got to make sure that a VP.
I think they're getting engaged a bit too forced, like,
and just basically stave.
Yeah, that engage a bit too forced. Not gonna lie.
This is definitely important, right? At this point, they burn out 3 elements for their defense. And right now, I feel like, you know, Vitality should put their foot on the pedal, put more pressure.
Yes, I mean, there needs to be, right? They have to play this very, very aggressively. They can't kind of play it very cordial in terms of like, hey, let's take a few jabs here and there. Right. It's not that point in the game, right? We're getting to that 22 minutes. Something
should at least get the tier 3 in mid lane here, no? Like, come on.
Definitely. And you know what? Both teams now, they have a T3 broken down on their respective lanes. And they have a tower that's extremely dangerously low as well.
Yeah, looking for a big push here is Team Vitality. The only thing standing between that high ground turret is the Mulan right now. Okay.
Oh, we cannot group up in such bad
Comes in, the piece is gonna be dropped
spot.
as well.
Zheng Fei.
Grizzly Q catches 2 on
Get
the
him off,
backline.
man.
Here comes Mac. He's flying in as well. 90.
Shanks,
Unable to
okay,
tank
we
the
got the
damage.
resurrection.
Max on the backlines chasing
But just
in.
Mulan.
Gets the
Mulan
kill,
doesn't
gets the
matter.
first life. But on the other side of the fight, 3-0-0-5
Oh, damn,
will
Ogren.
be
He's
taken
living,
down.
he's living, he's
Right
living, he's
here,
living.
Vex
Get
might
Vex,
have
get
made
him.
a mistake. It's gonna be 1-on-5 here.
Okay,
Vex.
I mean, he gets one, but he's gone, right? So it's fine. That's okay.
A killing spree, but VP,
Wait, then
they
the
lose
main
two.
base is dying.
It's not enough damage, not enough health.
We're winning right now. We're winning.
Yeah, no,
Minions,
well played
minions.
there by Vitality getting that
Minions.
Tempest Dragon.
We can just finish. Just kick it, right? Oh, we have to wait. We have to wait a bit.
On a bad footing for the side of VP, playing a little bit.
No, we have no minions.
3v4
They're all gone now.
right now. What is
Shanks?
going to happen here, kid? I think this is probably
Shanks,
it.
okay. He doesn't care.
Yep, this is going to be Forbidden Domain. They are going to try and push it in.
It's a
Grizzly Q
shutdown.
is done for. There's
Yo,
no
minions,
more
where the
tank.
minions
They're
at?
still so healthy at this point. Infinite Vastness. The Dragon has been unleashed.
There we
This
go.
time from
That
the
should
side
be
of
it.
Vitality. The waves are crashing in. This could be the first game
That
of the
should be
match here.
it. Let's
As
go.
Vitality,
What a
they
game.
go for the crystal. They get it all. And
Holy.
Vitality take game number 1.
What a close
game.
match, right? That's
Jeez,
one way
man.
to kick
That's
off
the
day
first game.
one of the EMEA play-ins for the
Are you
2024
serious?
Honor of Kings Championship. Very, very close, showing a very much improved Virtus Pro to actually go up ahead against Team Vitality and take it all the way to that 23-minute mark. That's a feat in itself, right?
That's right. That's why I'm so excited for day 1 of this EMEA play-ins, because all 3 teams really strong, and you can tell, right? You give them a small centimeter, they will take a yard from you.
Yes, if they take an inch, they will take a mile. And it got to the point where
What is a
Virtus Pro
mile?
was looking
Aren't we
like
in
they were
Europe?
gonna
What is,
actually
guys?
end the
What
game,
is a
but
mile?
just because of that knowledge from Team Vitality,
What
the
is a mile?
exposure against
Huh?
some of the hardest teams on the scene, really put
we don't do that stuff
resilience
here.
to their name, and they were able to push through it, make sure they didn't get that
We
mental
don't do
boom,
that stuff
and
here,
went
man.
all the way to that 23-minute mark. So Team Vitality getting a 1-up to Virtus Pro, but it wasn't a convincing 1-up, right? It was very contested.
Yeah, very tough, right? But this is still the Shanks show coming in all the way from the previous.
But the Ogren is scary, man. I don't know. They've pumped him so well up.
In fact,
If that
and
first
I think,
team fight just
it's
goes a bit
really proud
worse.
moment for him, right? But
Orifed's so
just to
over
be
the
clear,
game.
Mac was on fire as well.
Yes, that Mac attack towards the back when we saw that Shanks went down was definitely one of the biggest upsets of that game 1, right? When Virtus Pro decided to flip the whole game for themselves, get the Shadow Tyrant, also take down
1-0.
Shanks, and just completely almost wipe out the whole side of Team Vitality. But fortunately for Team Vitality, they were still able to bounce back from that. And I think it's all down to the Lung pick, right? When you get into that late game with Lung, you give over the Tempest Dragon by the fall of a bad team fight prior to that. The damage that comes through with Lung is crazy, and you're about to see that in these highlights.
Yeah, so, you know, with the first big win going over to the side of VP in terms of the steal on the neutral objective, we thought, hey, VP was having a good game, right? But it was just Vitality holding them at knife's edge, telling them, hey, you can't step too far into the base. In fact, there was a moment, I think, right at the mid side where 3005 actually got that T3 on the bot lane of Vitality's base. It was a huge moment for them.
Yeah, that was like I was saying to Hauler yesterday, it's all about setting up these side lanes. And this is the thing that I feel like teams like Tribe Gaming need to kind of learn, is that it's not all about these brawls. It's not all about these kills. It's all about making sure you're able to open up your lanes, because that's what really paints the end game for your team. The ways in, being able to apply pressure, making your enemy team think, damn, if we lose one team fight and they've taken our higher ground in the farm lane, that is their way into our base, and we can't let that happen.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, once you have the map control, it's all about how you take the fights. And I think Vitality, they've shown championship material just by learning on the fly as well, right? You could see that Grizzly Q was always a problem when he jumped onto
The Mulan was, I mean,
then they
yeah.
changed the formation.
I don't think we're seeing Mulan again, I feel like, after this, but who knows?
Into a 1v5 on the backlines. And suddenly, the damage was coming in from the Lung.
I feel like I don't think I want to see it again. But who knows?
Yes. I mean, I have to give props over to 90, right? He was pretty much like a knight in shining armor. That entire match, he was very resilient. He was making some really good plays with the truth mantra, and just being able to keep 3005 locked down to that clash lane, which is where we saw him kind of like quiver back into like a shell, right? He was like, oh, I can't really do anything because I'm being put into such a restrictive lane, and that's why we saw the Mulan roaming around, because he didn't want to go 1v1 against 90. It just wasn't going in Mulan's favor. Dharma had the lockdown, and 90 performed it super well.
Yep, he also caught Vex a couple of times, forced him into
Next rep coming
very
off.
unfavorable 1v1, right? But with that being said, it's just game one. There's still more to come, so we'll take a small break. When we're back, let's see.
Oh, we
if
have a small
VP
break
can
first.
come back and be resilient.
So yeah, get some play some ads, and yeah. So well, also one of the longest games I've ever seen, actually, right? It's definitely one of the longest games we've ever seen. Wait, can we see the one shot again? That was the one shot? That looked ridiculous. What? I'm gonna go in the watch. I'm gonna watch that again. Wait, that was ridiculous. Holy. Oh wait, I can't watch it here. Maybe on the YouTube channel? Can I go back in the oh yeah, I can go back here. When was it? It was like at a push, right? Was it here? Yeah. That's why I didn't see it. Like I didn't register this. And then it just flies in and bang, 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 bang. Wow. That is crazy. But AD carries are supposed to be ridiculous late game, it's just how they are. That's just how this goes. They have pick early game to make up for it. I'm drinking tea without sugar because I'm trying to reduce my sugar, so I'm just drinking tea to get used to non-sugar.
Welcome back. It is
stuff.
a very tight game now between VP and Vitality, and we are going to go into the second game of this best of three. Now, Blam, I think this is one of the closest games we have seen throughout all the three regions played.
Hey, why'd you say that now, Yami? What?
Yes and no, right? It was very, very close. We've seen close battles as well. I think within the Americas battles, especially between ISG and Influence Rage, especially on day one. Maybe not so.
Why did you just say that?
Pacific was pretty much a stomp. We know that.
I don't know if that's skinny anymore. Okay.
That. But I think the Americas and the EMEA definitely have a lot closer games. They're a lot more hype in that term, right? You don't know where it's going. It's always on a knife's edge. And I think that's the good thing when you cast him, right? Is just not knowing where that
But I need some caffeine throughout the day. Like, I need some caffeine, or I'm
it
just...
all came down to the draft, right? I think there was good benefits coming in from
I
Prince
need
on
caffeine.
that. So yeah, it was really good. The level advantage really helped Mac a lot. But it wasn't just enough. I think just maybe slightly better positioning coming out from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, positioning, I think it was just more so it was a late game orientated team comp, especially around Shanks on the Lung. And then the Taiyan, I'm not always a big fan of this. Like we saw it in the EMEA regional open series, sorry, where the Taiyan came through quite a bit. And yes, the sustain does come through, and there's a reason function for that hero, but it's just not kind of like. I feel like like I said in the game, the Shuangzi would have been a great counter for the Zhongfei, and I think Grizzly Q was probably a lot more of a threat for those engages than Vex was. Vex only started to get vexed towards the end of that game.
Yeah, I feel like there wasn't enough support for Grizzly Q, and you know what? Maybe this game they can kind of fix that mistake as well, right? It was a missed opportunity for them because he really dove in at the correct times, he got the correct people, but there was no damage coming in.
Yeah, none at all. None at all. But in terms of how the draft is going to be going for this game, too, do you reckon it's going to be a little bit of the same? Or what kind of bans do we expect to see in the Prio bans, right? Do you expect to see the Huan get banned out this time? Maybe the Orgrin or the Ali or the Lung, right? I think those are the kind of like main bans that does generally kind of on a rotation within Honor of Kings.
Yeah, we'll see, right? It also depends on who's coming in on the blue side. First pick is really important because when you come in for the second pick, you have the options of the counter bans and the counter picks as well. So at this point, I feel like Vitality, they might just let the Algren, come out.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to wait and see when we get into that draft. But I think some of the stellar performances on the side of VP was definitely the Mulan, right? The Suya definitely had
no Mulan again, please.
Utility towards the end of the game, but we get it into
the draft.
game 2's BP and VP.
Oh, VP banned Orgrin. Okay, that's good for us, I feel like. Orgrin being banned. Juan, Sunbin, Princess Frost.
Game, but they do go for the Princess Frost.
Dama again for 90.
Up, but they don't go for the Lady Chen.
Long is open too. Bobby, you picked Ali, okay.
Well, I think, personally, I prefer the Princess Frost over Lady Chen. Of course, with that being said, we all have our personal preferences, but I like this pick coming out from Vitality, right? Heino, very good against Yuhuan as well. It kind of forces her to
I like saying Heino more than Heino,
but because of the constant wear down he has from that Scepter of Fate.
Yeah, I'll let Hauler have a few words with you after this, Ken. He's a big proprietor of the Lady Chen and not so much of the Princess Frost, so I feel like there's a debate to be had here between you guys, and I will be the moderator, okay?
Sure, we know how that conversation goes.
If engaged, you have two late game carries.
Execute a Princess Frost. That's all I'm gonna say.
He's some supportive jungler.
Oh, the spice! Can we get a response from Hauler quick? Stats! But no, let's look
unless
at
Heino jungles. I don't know, Heino could go anywhere still, right? Top mid,
for the side
jungle,
of
right?
So they're banning out the beast themselves because they obviously have their support hero locked in, and
no Dama is clash lane.
The Vitality, right? Having that great strong front line could really set up the likes of the
I don't know if he can jungle, maybe
a 90 going onto the Dama once more. DRNG being banned out as well as the Lung, so a few
double banned 80 carries, okay.
Predicted.
Yeah, and
it's probably going to be then Lady Sun or something, right?
Going up against Shanks, playing the Arlie. This time, it is his turn to
interesting
perform
ban.
Arlie. We'll see if there's a difference in the way that
supports
Shanks
banned.
takes this Arlie. Maybe a different class, maybe a different level. But nonetheless, we expect
we need some more CC and some front line. We already have like two insane late game carries, so like
wait and see, but we are suspecting
just nothing
anyway,
squishy,
right?
just something that controls the game.
It was fantastic towards that late game. Ali, however, is again another late game hero, but I feel like she has more chance of getting caught out, depending on how your reactions are with making sure you're able to get back to that parasol. Hey, Atta coming out for the first time, so that's going to be Atta in the jungle, and then Heino in the mid lane.
I love it, all right? I haven't seen a lot of Atos in professional gameplay, let alone the ranked games, but he is a pretty sick one to play because his, defensive capabilities really strong.
Yes, very, very strong. You have to kind of build the HP, anti-HP regen right when you go against the Atta, because that's the whole point of his passive. But again, he also has the means of zoning out the team.
I don't know if he's first ban worthy. Maybe they know just know versus. Like they banned the last game as well. Maybe they just have a very good Musashi in Virtus Pro.
Your life. And that, I think that's the good part about the Attic. It's going to set up those scepters from Hino, be able to lock them into place.
I mean,
and then
I don't like Virtus Pro's combat or like I have to say.
So you look over to the side of VP. Locking in is the Consort.
I feel like it looks very good for us.
The Byron into the top lane. So I feel like the Byron is definitely like a bit of a back to basics, but most times out of 10, Byron wins that clash lane, right?
Yeah, you know what? My main concern here is, does VP have enough damage? Consort Yu, of course, we all know, very great farm lane, but it takes a bit of time to get damage coming out from her. Right?
Maybe split pusher.
It does. I mean, the good thing about the Consort Yu in
but
the
we have what do we need actually? I mean, support, right? We need support, right?
So if you can land that, obviously on the Ali, very slippery. It's going to be quite difficult to land it. But we look over to the side of Team Vitality. The Liam Po does come through, and I'm just hoping somebody reignites my faith in this Liam Po pick into the support role, right? Because over the past 2 days, it wasn't looking too good for the Liam Po. Even I was looking a bit tired at the Liam Po pick. I was like, come on, bro. You need to make sure that it's all about the time, and it's all about making the most of that Tremor Smash, right?
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like I prefer Vitality's draft, right? I think it's a little bit more. I also prefer
Vitality's draft, but I'm also biased.
And now there's a mechanical difficulty for playing with the sports, as I've already said.
I prefer Vitality's draft, but again, I'm also biased.
Vitality it's going to be a very hard game for Prince.
But I prefer the draft, doesn't matter what.
Yes, a very, very hard game.
Come on, fast to 0 now. Crush him.
The mid lane, right? Has a bit jungle.
Also, I feel my chem should be a bit more further up, I feel like.
Time, which is always a good thing for my mental state. But hey, we're into game 2. VP against Team Vitality. Team Vitality up by 1 point, but just by the skin of their teeth in that game 1.
Yeah, Vitality going to have a good start in the mid lane as well, but right away we see the aggressive engage in the top lane as well. City Boy, he's trying to lay the pain. Grizzly kill, first one of fall.
Oh, we got first blood. Okay, a 5-minute game. Let's go.
From game number 1.
Dude up, 5-minute game.
I mean, you can't be as Grizzly on a pick like the Sunbeam, right? It's quite cutesy, it does a lot of damage, but yet you can't quite control the beast that's inside like you can with the Zhang Fei. So Grizzly Q meeting a very premature demise there, but here's that poke that I was on about from the Consort Yu, just able to just get those backline minions, make sure you're not at a XP deficit or gold deficit right now, but Highland playing these scepters really well. The pokes coming through, very strong.
Yeah, it's a very huge peel, right? And at this point, if they allow Highland to just do whatever he wants, Prince is never going to be able to stay in lane.
No, yeah, the aggression from the high note.
I feel like we won this draft so hard. I mean,
maybe if it gets to the point where it's a bit overwhelming for the side of VP, you're gonna have to just make sure that Princess Frost is just making sure that it's a utility pick. Just giving vision.
I don't know how much Atta does. I really don't know.
The rest of your team.
I barely ever see this character.
Basically, being a one trick, right? Just making sure that Winter is coming and Frigid Prison hits.
Oh, Grizzly Q. He
should be another kill. Nice.
Time Flux is going to be committed as well, but it's going to be Pain coming in from the side of City Boy as Vitality take 2 kills for nothing.
Huge.
In the PG-friendly version, mess around and find out was the exact cause of Grizzly Q's death right there, right? He was kind of like looking into a bush as if a bear was in there. Like, do I prod it? Do I approach it? And then
okay, so teammates, okay, that's fine.
Yep, they're gonna force out the Fate Rewind.
I mean, he's playing 1v2 right now. It's gonna clear the wave.
It matters too much on the side of Vitality. The rotations will come in from the side of VP. They need to look for something. They need it now.
Yeah, City Boy going in onto Vex, cuts him off from
nice bold roll.
5, but 90 coming in here.
Yep, numbers advantage though.
Because he's down again.
Is the fight for VP? Have they found it? No, it's not. City Boy gets the kill as well. Vitality.
I mean, I don't know if that gives more good or not, but like, yeah, you know what? Kids are kids, I guess.
Yes, and I mean, what a more important lane, right, for 90 just to get that advantage in the lane.
My support is feeding 90.
The flash is committed, but 90 should not.
He lives on 1 HP. No, they baited this play.
Saves him, and at this point, this could be turnaround. Vitality, they just want to push them away. It's going to be the Storm Strike. Nothing too much.
So much happening.
Winter, what a play from her so far.
Yeah, a really good play from Winter there. It was a great engage, a great disengage for the side of Team Vitality as well to run away out of that with no deaths. And now Highland just able to keep that pressure on. Grizzly on the level 3, right? Even though they're supports, they still need those levels. Just get into that level 4 whilst Winter is already ahead with level 4, right? So you got to make sure that the Grizzly doesn't
But again, they always like...
The Grizzly doesn't get taken out as easy because
CrisHeroes always funnels their jungler.
That is the whole counter-engage measure.
Yep, now this is a dream start for Vitality, right? Especially for Highland. Nobody has been able to stop him in the mid lane just yet. And he's free to roam and do whatever he wants here.
I feel like the jungler in this game should get less like in Honor of Kings in general should get less golden experience from lane minions.
Against the Princess Frost. But even so, 305 is looking to try and take the one up onto 90 there. Tries to get the teleport mechanic away, but we see
winning
that
this?
Mantra's coming through. Is it going to be a trade?
I don't know what that was.
It's not going to be enough, right?
So pretty risky attempt, but we get the Tyrant.
So VP get a consolation prize, but they trade it out for the Tyrant. And at this point, it's still Vitality in full control.
Yeah, the Tyrant for 1 life, right? Let's see.
I find it a bit extreme that you can, funnel a jungler this much in tournaments. Like, he's level 8.5 right now.
Right? That's the only way.
Isn't it ridiculous?
It's a little bit more worthwhile.
Yeah, Highland is just laying down the pain, right? He's peeling so much, and at this point, the farm lane one-on-ones, it's all
last game as well.
Once again.
Pushes, clears mid, goes jungle, clears mid, goes jungle, clears mid, goes jungle.
For the T1s into the clash and the farm lane.
But I mean, for that they sacrificed their own mid laner, but it doesn't really matter too much, right? Princess Frost is there for CC.
Right? This is a much better footing for Team Vitality going into the 5th minute.
Yep, so 90 is the
ridiculous though.
Right? They get the kill, but at this point,
Vex is caught? Untargeted,
is
never
caught
mind.
in no man's land, this time against 3 different members on the side of Vitality. We'll be using Melody of Peace to survive that at this point. But it's the Scepters of Fate that are dealing the pain from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, but other faults of late game doesn't matter because we have Hino and Ali, right? So it's like, it's fine.
On the side of Team Vitality, Highland laying these
that's why they picked
very
it.
nicely. I mean,
it's better early game in.
Right. This is what I was discussing with Hall.
That's what I said. Like, need somebody to control the game for now.
Right now, Highland is definitely got
doing
a
it quite
very
well
high
to control the
hit rate
game.
on these
So
Scepters. He's not missing them. Every one of them landed, and they're landing hard.
Specs the board on them.
They wanted to get the ghost ship here. It's going to be a Fate Rewind for the side of Highland. He's fine. At this point, it's all about peeling the defenses off of Virtus Pro.
Highland must have done so much damage already this game.
Well in favor on the side of Vitality.
Very well for him.
Vitality already up by about 16.7k, and then obviously VP are at that 15.4.
I mean, Hino's up 1,100 good.
The gold lead here.
But the fun part is Juan. Juan has 800 more good than the enemy jungler who has 3 kills. Just because they funneled all the mid lane, mid waves also into him.
A little bit harder for VP, and you can already see
I don't know,
that
the flag was kind of ridiculous, man.
For VP, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is where the draft really works, right? And of course, with the lead they've gotten for themselves, City Boy, at this point, 3 kills already. He is just drowning in money.
He is dripping in finesse and resources, but 3005 coming through there with the teleport, just trying to keep it away. But City Boy waiting in the bush. Oh, he doesn't want to take the 1v1 there, even though 90 is in the very close vicinity.
Yep, they don't want it. They want to control the mid lane. They want the T1 in the mid as well. And here we go. City Boy, he's going to help out Highland for a bit, right? But the real aggression is all the way on the top. Can Max survive this 2-on-1? They will push him away. The tower is being taken at the same time. VP, they lose a T1 at the top in about a second or so.
Game is looking good.
Yeah, it's just a tricky situation to be in.
Level 11 Juan.
Safe place, which is
like how hard can you really carry?
Being aggressed from that safe place, and they're also taking that safe place away from you. So Vitality really putting the pressure on in game 2. They don't want to see
90, 90.
The 23-minute mark. Vitality almost got caught out.
90 makes a mistake, gets caught out, and here we go. Winter on the run as well. Right now, Highland's just trying to deter him from chasing in. But this is a huge window of opportunity for the side of VP. They need to make something happen.
Yeah, try and stop this push into the bot lane here. The Vanguard is still looking pretty active and healthy down there. So 3005 goes down to try and stop that push any further. But hey, City Boy on this adder is definitely making plays and making moves, right?
Yep. At this point, the Sea Anchor is probably going to be the win condition for him if he can get that. But at this point, he will back away. It is going to be a mid.
Yeah, how can I always resurrect this turret?
He jumps in, catches
nice
two on the
wall.
ghost ship as well. On the back lines, Prince is all open, but he's
Can we go
unable
for
to land
Vex?
the
Can we
stuns.
get Vex?
90 jumps into the fight as Vex is caught
1
on
HP.
the top of the fight, and he's going to make it out safely. Nobody dies just
being
yet,
such a huge
but
kill.
Vitality, they just
Would
want
be
to push
free
him
Tyrant
away.
as well.
Pressure
Maybe it's still free
averted.
Tyrant
And
anyways,
Virtus Pro,
cause
they have
he's
to move
reset.
back once again.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a
should be
really
free Tyrant.
aggressive engage there for Team Vitality, but actually coming away with nothing makes it just seem a little bit of a
nice.
walk in the park, a little bit of a splash on the beach for both of these teams, right? Just splashing each other with the water, not hurting, but Vitality may get caught out here.
Yep. I mean, Highland right now, he is just on the cusp
He's just
of
destroying,
being
man.
the pain on the side of VP. All of those scepters of fate are doing so much work for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, they're very surgical, right? They are hitting all the pressure points on the side of VP.
I should play some Hano again.
It's definitely something that they need to work against, right? The Sunbeam pick, I feel like, is definitely underwhelming for the side of VP.
What's he bidding?
Too.
Okay, interesting.
You know what? To add on to that, I think one of the things that they need to address is the fact that whenever Highland doesn't have that Fate Rewind, it is actually a good time for VP to find something on the map.
Yeah, you think so, right? But then this is just really showing that Team Vitality have the real presence on the Gorge in Game 2. They have the control in all these lanes so far, and the only thing that's stopping them getting even further is that T1 in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why they're trying so hard to break it, right? At this
The
point,
damage.
once again, Highland uses the Fate Rewind.
I mean, they have a
it's
healing
all
stab
ploy.
with Juan, but
They
yeah.
might want to catch out Mac, but he's going to be supported by Grizzly Q at this point.
But how do they ever kill Ali or
I
Hino?
think
Like
Highland's
how?
doing a
I don't see how they can ever
fantastic
kill
job,
them.
right? Venomous Staff going in for the Insatiable Tomb as well. He
Especially
does have
through
it, so
triple
he's gonna be
frontline.
a
Like, how do they ever
sustained
get
monster at this point?
onto Vitality's
Yeah, there's a
backline?
lot of damage. There's the armor pen coming from the magic pen coming from the boots as well.
Hino's already
there's a
unkillable
lot
anyways
damage
most of
for
the
Hino.
time.
And we normally see him on the tank, right? So seeing Hino build the itemizations for damage is really showing through in this fight.
Yep, they're splitting the fight. Grizzly
Grizzly
Q caught
caught
on the
again.
backlines. Time lapse going to be dropped down, but it's not going to matter too much. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade behind
As I say that, he
no,
goes
gets caught
down.
out. And this is the opening that
Jinx
we have
him.
been
Oh
searching
no,
for.
I
They will not
cursed
allow
him.
Ignite. Uses the flash, but there's no more damage coming in from the side of
cursed him.
Vitality. They have to get out. And at this point, Oak Bolt does not hit the mark. But it's a good win for the side of VP. But they you know what? They need everything they can get at this point.
Oopsie.
Hey, opening up that T1 is pretty much everything in the mid lane, right? We saw that was the key thing for Team Vitality in Game 1. It now puts VP back on the map, and they're only behind by about 1K.
We lose the Tyrant. Wait, I might have linked, guys. I'm sorry.
Is a little bit of a shaky waters, right, for Team Vitality.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a tangle, right, between these two teams at the point. VP and Vitality, they are just dancing around, and you know the lead is never more than 2,000 or 3,000 at any point of the game so far.
Yeah, at least Max learned from Grizzly Q from checking the bush with his face, right?
Oh, and right as we say that, it's going to be 3-5, gets caught out. VP unable to find anything on the map. City Boy, he's looking for an opening at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's all a bit of a fight around the Shadow Overlord, and a lot of damage could be done, right, from Team Vitality with this Overlord.
Okay, City Boy, he finds out Grizzly
support
Q. Here
keeps
comes the
getting
kill
one
as well.
shot, man.
90 gets rid of the support. It's going to be a 3-on-5 now. I don't think they can contest this at this point. Vitality take another dub in the fights.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, another dub in the fight.
But we need at least 2 turrets out of this.
Objective for themselves. Winter now rejoins the
Mid
rest
turret
of
is still full
into the
HP.
mid lane.
That's
Not much
because
of a
Vex
push
is
to
just
the
camping
hits.
here.
They have the wave clear on the side of VP, and I think that's the only thing that's going really well from him here is the wave clear of the Hu Hua and the wave clear of the Princess Frost. It just enables them to kind of stop these leads that Vitality would normally have if he didn't have the likes of the Hu One and the Princess Frost, right? Like, they're able to mitigate and stop them straight away, which is always a good thing for you, especially when you're playing on the behind foot. Not too far behind on the back foot, but you are still playing on the behind.
Yep, I would imagine he gets a bit more frustrating for the
There's a
side
lot
of
of sustained
Vitality,
damage
right?
he
They've
does.
been
He's just
trying so
a,
hard to
yeah.
break down this T1 in the mid. So
Strong
far, no
sustained damage
success
dealer,
just
but yeah.
yet, right? And VP, the longer time you give them to kind of farm up, it's going to be an even tougher fight in the late game as well.
Yep, they tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, that
But he also
T1
applies
is still
anti-healing.
standing
He has
on the side
yeah,
of
he has good
VP.
poke.
And hey,
It's fine.
they're now going
And
ahead
he's
with the
unkillable,
gold
so
lead for the side of Vitality.
it's hard to push into high note too.
37.7K to VP's 34.6.
On mini waves, he just goes crazy.
Around about 4K gold difference, and that is now where Vitality want to be staying at.
Oh.
Right? If they can stay at that 4 gold difference, okay, go ship
City
through.
boy, he's gonna open
The
it up.
clash
And
lane
that's
of
gonna be Shanks.
BP
He
just,
gets, the kill here obliges to
struggling
help out
again
the
as
team
well now.
City boy once again. Anchor smash going to try and get a catch onto the back lines, but at this point they don't need to get
nice
the
try.
kills. They need the map.
Ooh.
Shadow Overlord marching or
This
flying
turret is
down
still
on
almost
the
full
top
HP,
lane.
man. We have to get this
Finally,
turret.
The T1 is open. For
We
the
get it
T2
right,
on the
surely
side
this
of
time.
Vitality.
Nice,
Yeah,
finally.
Vex took a little bit too much damage there, and the pressure from that clash lane means that they're able to open up that T1 in the mid lane for themselves.
Oh, they're engaging, engaging.
Yep, jumping in, catches
Whoa.
one with that Tremor Smash as well, but it's all about Shanks. He gets the
Nice.
kill.
He got
Highland,
two, three.
complimentary as well.
Wait, two
3
still,
down
hmm?
on the side of VP. This could be more. Vitality open up the map.
And we
As
get
they look
Vex
for the
too?
kill. It is
That could
gonna
be game.
The last
Oh. Is
this
standing
game?
member,
It should be game,
Prince.
right?
He's going to be joined by 3005 who just respawned, but this
We have the mini wave,
T3
never
not gonna
mind.
survive for much longer as well as the Byron. He tried, but
Oh, I know.
3005, he will make it out safely so far.
Yeah, I think that was a nice little defense there by the side of VP. It's the last
Okay, it's
thing
not
they can
game
really
yet,
do,
but,
right,
I mean-
is open up that T3 into
I feel like VP needs
the
a miracle now.
farm lane, because if that falls, it's going to be a lot harder for him. Shanks is already trying to do a little bit poke here onto 3005.
But they can't do much at this
Down
point. It's gonna be
again.
a kill, and it's going to be 90. He takes credit for that. T3 in the mid being pressured as well. There's a
Yo,
lot
take
of
the
pressure
turrets,
coming in from
guys. Hit the
Vitality.
turrets.
All 3
Hello?
lanes are being pushed in. So far, the defense is successful, but the base
All 3
is
turrets are
really
same
low. The
HP
turrets
because
are
we didn't hit
really
them anymore.
low at this point.
Yes,
They're all the
every
same
one of the
HP.
high ground turrets is pretty much holding on to its life at this moment, but all it's going to take is for Team Vitality to just reset, get a few bits of itemization, as you can kind of see here. Shanks hasn't died once. He's gone for the Shadow Ripper.
I mean, I would hate to be the mid laner for Virtus Pro, because he's just a support, man.
He has the
mid laner of Virtus Pro, literally just a support.
Stacked right now, and that's going to be hard to play against.
He has 6.5
when you're on the
gigabytes.
side of VP.
Yep, 6 slotted Shanks.
Stuck on the stun bot.
For the side of VP as they work on that Tyrant as well. It's going to be a Shadow Tyrant in the hands of Vitality. Big moment, Winter maybe looking for that Tremor Smash. She can catch out 3. She's going to jump in as well. Going to catch out 2 at this point, but it's the 2 most important members. Grizzly Q gets taken out. Vex as well on the backline. City Boy
City Boy is
taking a lot of
down.
damage, will be shut down.
That's a shutdown
And
for the AD
at this
carry.
point, Mac is saving the game for the side of VP. Can they deal more damage? Highland with the Fate Rewind, they do get that successful retreat.
Highland had to
at this
ultimate.
point, but the creeps are marching in the
Highland
mid lane
shit, you
as
just
well, and
ultimated, buddy.
Vitality, they break the base, they find the chink in the armor.
They find the
they've,
what?
broken the seal on the side of the VP for their base, so the crystal is wide open. In
Oh,
the
nice
mid lane,
jump
but
in.
okay,
90
going
gets
in.
the kill as well. Killing spree for him. He's going to trade out his
That
life
looks
at this
so
point.
weird.
Highland, Shanks, and
Is
Winter.
that it?
The 3 strong member, they will give it a try. At this point, the first life.
Just
but
hit,
it's not
just
gonna
hit,
be
just
enough
hit, just hit,
because
just
it's gonna
hit,
be
just hit,
an unstoppable force from the side of
Oh,
Vitality.
2-0.
They claim the lives of
Let's
VP
get it, man. Okay, that is
2-0.
very important already. Just a
Yes,
2-0.
Much cleaner game 2 from Team Vitality. A lot more.
Yeah, I mean, their draft
aggression.
played so much better.
Highland finally getting
It
that
kinda showed in the
hit
game.
that he's able to carry on, right?
Nice.
Because we had the Princess Frost in game 1, which means he plays a bit more of a utility role. He plays a little bit more of a supportive backbone, whereas this time around he's able to be the sword,
close my
not
window.
the shield.
Yep, so very big plays from Highland. He was the cornerstone, right? Because they had to focus a lot of efforts on the Highland, a lot of wasted skills as well. And you know what? Grizzly Q could just not hit the mark. He couldn't hit the mark the entire game because there was not much use for Sumpin.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, once they took away the likes of the Zhongfei, they took it away from
That's what
themselves,
we
right?
like
They
to
could have
see,
gone for
eh?
the Zhongfei on that 3rd pick. It was before the 2nd ban phase as well. So they take out the Zhongfei, they go for the Sunbin, and when you go for Sunbin and only really have the Byron as a front line, it's hard to kind of come back from when your Byron is gone down. You kind of counting on the Hue 1 to be around you to enable to sustain, but then there's nothing really else in terms of a backbone, right? There's nothing really on the side of Virtus Pro that can fall back to, and that be their support.
Yep, you know, Vitality, just a more sensible draft coming in from the coach as well, right? Winter, she really impressed me a lot because she did so many Tremor Smashes that made life difficult for the side of Virtus Pro. And at that same time, Shanks was just having the time of his life with the farm. Take a look at the damage dealt from Shanks. 100,000 hero damage going over to the side of Virtus Pro. That's a lot of pain.
Wait, what? Highland?
It is a lot of pain, right? Very much so. And you can kind of see here from the gold lead as well that it was always a Team Vitality's game.
No, there wasn't.
The gold lead is way more ahead there, right at the end as well, 43.8k to 52.
Who's the German? Highland? Yeah.
Is huge, especially when you got something like the
Highland's
Ali on the
German.
side of Team Vitality. And right now you'll be able to see all those setups.
Okay, next we play
Wamiata, City Boy, really
the other
shining
team,
with
and
the
then it's already if we win that, are looking quite good.
Coming out from the side of Team Vitality.
Then just one more best of
Yes,
3
they
winners,
did have
guaranteed.
A couple of mishaps here and there. 90 here with the 1-on-1 giving his life away, but it's all for the bigger
Actually not
cause,
guaranteed,
right?
but
Because
yeah.
at the end of the day, they got that Tyrant, and when you have Shanks on his A game all the way throughout the night itself so far, or throughout the day, right? It's never going to be a bad result
Hello,
coming
Jiggy?
out from Team Vitality.
Yeah, never a bad result, right? And they definitely played this one a lot better. They weren't able to go all the way to the 23-minute, which was a good thing for them because, again, it can be quite exhausting. They do have another series up next. They were looking for a little bit more of a surgical victory, and that's what they got.
Yeah, exactly. 90 played his role extremely well, right? Just jumping in at the correct times to get the stuns in with the truth mantra as well. And once again, I have to highlight Winter because the play she made with the Tremor Smashes always forced out the unending sorrow or forced out the melody of peace. And it was at these moments that City Boy had the freedom to really just jump onto the backlines. And Shanks, good synergy to jump in at the correct timings, get the kills as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like the dual tank, but then you also have the Dharma, right? Dharma was able to put a lot of pressure on there as well when the tanks were falling, but Highland definitely deserved this MVP. We already quoted it in the match. We quoted it
141k damage.
The game finished, but he was
He did
able to do the sword this time around,
141,000
not the
damage.
shield.
Yeah, I mean, he
Every
was
time
doing
you're
so
able-
much last
you
game.
enable Highland to be the carry.
Crazy.
He will carry you to victory and a more convincing
What's the game name?
victory
Honor of
as
Kings.
from game one, right? Game one was definitely a tit for tat. Not the best game for Team Vitality, but then into game two, you give Highland the scepter. He becomes the sword. You get a quicker victory.
Yep, literally tore them down from the sidelines, right? With the Scepters of Fate, he was really dealing a ton of damage, and that really opened up the game for the side of Vitality. Now, with that being said, this puts Vitality at the top of the table at the moment. Congrats to the Vitality fans. Now we will get ready for the second game of the day, but before we do so, let's go for a break. When we're back, the second game of the day, another best of 3 series.
I guess I should play a game, but I don't feel like I'm not in the mood to like try hard the game. Let's just play a game, whatever. Let's go play around, I guess. Don't really feel like it, but sure. I'm definitely not sitting here for 24 minutes. Definitely not. Does this sound fine? I should warm up, like I shouldn't play ranked right now. I wanna try the skin again. This one. Long break, yeah. It's a long break. 25 minutes. I mean, they gotta give Vitality a break, right? So it makes sense. Gotta give them a break.
You're in the mid lane.
You're in the mid lane. Where is she? This one. Yes. Anime skin. Way more like manga skin, but it's called Manga Sorceress. But let me go to my different scene while I'm doing this. Right. Let me go here.
Welcome to Honor of Kings. Enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
I got myself the Manga Sorceress skin. Wow. I mean, this skin is this like the highest level of skin you can get in this game? The highest rarity? It has to be. It feels like a different character. What are you doing, buddy? What is that? And the scale 1 looks crazy. Whee! This skin is flawless? That's flawless, yeah. I just have to hit my abilities. Ganking top. I got my mobility boots already. Ganking top. Oh, he can... Okay. Alright. He just dashed away over it. Now we're hopping. He predicted that, yeah. Bit of a smurf, eh? Okay, I'm so close to ultimate. But not quite ultimate, so I can't do much about it. Come on, what do you mean? That didn't... What? That on the backside didn't hit the return? That's crazy. Oh,
An enemy has been slain.
sad times. Let's go for this guy again. If I just get my ultimate back up, I can just click him, but he's gonna jump over again, right? He just kills me like this. Okay, sure. All right. I had no vision in the bush. I don't know what he does, honestly. All right. My bad, team, my bad. I should have just waited more. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I know that he does that, but like... Yeah.
An enemy has
I didn't
been
expect this
slain.
much damage, honestly.
An ally has been slain. Retreat.
But I don't know what he does. I mean, I just don't know how much damage they do. I'll clear this and go bot lane.
The Overlord and Tyrant have spawned. Tower shields have been shattered. Catapult moving out.
Okay, he destroys me, so I gotta be a bit careful, I guess. Are they on it?
Enemy
Probably right.
missing.
Gotta hurry up and go bot lane to help out. They're diving. They have someone mid lane actually.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Angela's back. We can dive bot lane.
Oops. You have slain an enemy.
Oof. Hallelujah. We're out.
You have been slain.
Oh, come on, but at least go down as well. At least go down as well.
Parry.
Literally 1 HP, negative 1. He even took 1 turret shot.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, guys, I'm slightly upset. I'm slightly upset. I mean, I kind of went back into it, but like, come on, he really went for this playstyle? He's just a god, man. What can I do? Okay, chill, buddy. What have I done to him? I just ganked him once, gave him a kill, and since then he's mad about me.
Killing spree.
Yeah, okay. Ah,
Ally has been slain.
okay. Yeah, I don't think my character can do much about that, honestly. Yeah, I don't know what
Enemy has been slain. An ally
okay.
has been slain. Killing spree. Ultimate not ready yet.
I mean, he ults, then he gets all the, like, sprint gauge back, and then he just drip hacked me 3 times in 2 seconds. Because his boost auto attack, unlike, like, his boost auto attack is like a... Is a drip hack or what? That's nice. I feel like I always... Ach, come on. Jesus, man. Why is he everywhere I go? What have I done to him? Jesus, man.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What have I done to him, man? Bro's gonna appear in my nights and my dreams tonight. Bro's gonna gank me when I go to my kitchen. Finally.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Ah, that was... I didn't see all of them yet. I know that... Okay.
Been slain.
I don't know what that was. No, he doesn't play Roma, he's playing top lane. Top lane doesn't roam this much, do they? Okay,
Still
focus.
not ready.
I mean, they just walked in. I honestly, there was another person there that came from here I didn't see.
Ally has been slain. The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving out. Ultimate not ready yet.
The skin is nice, but I don't know if this character is any good. I don't...
Slain.
I was in range of something. I tried one more skill one. It's one of the best mages? This character's one of the best mages? Really? What? Since when is this character one of the best mages? Did I miss something? What? Really? The one I'm playing. I guess she needs items. I mean, you just need enough damage to one-shot someone, which is rough. Top 3 mages? She's like a top 3 beginner mage, but like, really?
Ally has been slain.
Okay. I mean, I'm running it down a lot of times,
Have slain and
for sure.
an enemy has been slain. Godlike. Double kill.
Not this, please get away, horseman, please. Leave me alone, man.
turret.
Maybe I get more damage.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I got him, guys. All that matters. I got him. I don't. I always expect so much from the ultimate summer, because the ultimate looks so insane and just is like, it's okay.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, we're on a break. Oh, look at the damage. Crazy damage. I feel like she's just so vulnerable, but I mean, yeah. Of course. A mage without escapes. I don't think I'm doing too bad, I'm just like, I just have very stupid deaths now. I just die in ways I shouldn't die. Get Angela? Nice. Better.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Let's team fight. Your team has destroyed the turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
This horse! I was about to flash, but I already got stunned, man. This horse person, I can't. Every time. Got bullied by it, man.
Enemy has been slain.
Alright, nice. Nice. I need to stop dying, man. I need to stop dying.
Victory.
Oh. I mean, I think I did good and bad at the same time. I don't know. Can I upload this to YouTube as a video? I haven't uploaded Honor of Kings video in ages. This is good. Was this fine still? Acceptable? Besides it was funny though. It was a funny game, right? It was a funny game, doesn't matter what.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr, rescue!
I should stand a bit in a bit. For the last years, I'm gonna stand a bit.
Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively, and at this point it is a 1-by-1.
Yeah, I saw it, Yummy, I saw it.
Duel to death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the
Rhino Rush jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard shoots, they fall, and it's in.
Yeah, I've seen it before somewhere already.
Okay, caught in the middle of 4.
I forgot where I saw it.
All of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want.
looks good.
Snow caught in the middle
Side of Chaos, and down goes a John Fay. So there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? It does go over to the side.
$24,000
No,
on
isn't
the
it? It's
line
it's
for the
a
winners of the Plains as
it's an
well.
open
Welcome
world
into the
game,
EMEA
RPG game in Honor of Kings, right? With Honor of Kings
Plan.
characters, right?
It is
Or like
your
Honor of Kings
kind
universe,
of tofu, kin, dofu.
right?
Yes, we've got already ahead of ourselves with that match one of this day already. So already a 2-0 under our belt.
That sounds
and
pretty
we're
good.
Going over to the side of Team Vitality. Next up is obviously Team Vitality against Major Pride. So
Thank you for streaming.
no
Thank you for
slacking
watching.
Team Vitality this time around. They are back to back. Best of 3.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, but this is a big opportunity, right, for the side of Team Vitality. If they win this, they are going to be seated comfortably on the top of the table as well. So let's take a look at the teams as they get ready. Major Pride, I think one of the big teams you were talking about for the finals of EMEA region, right? What do you think about them, Blam?
Hey, they're kind of like they're my guilty pleasure, right? I've known this team since the Season 1 Invitational, and that was a rough tournament for these boys. They came into the Open Series Split 1, they fell at the semi-finals. They come into the Open Series Split 2, they smash it and get to the play-ins. This is a team that is just kind of constantly developing. They're honing their craft, and it's really commendable when you watch them just play better and better each time. So I'm hoping that we're going to see Major Pride give a really good fight to Team Vitality.
Yeah, I like that a lot, right? So let's get straight into it.
Let's get into it. Okay, if we win this, you know, then we are like, it's looking good for tomorrow. So.
Major Pride.
Yes, so giving over the Dolia could have been a huge mistake, right? We saw it many times within the Americas regions. We saw the Influence Rage was able to pick up and coin the Dolia for themselves. But with Major Pride being on the blue side, they are going to lock in the Hugh Huan. Be very interesting to see if it's going to go over to a Limsky or Red.
I'm so bad at pronunciation of these heroes.
Jungle, but the Mai Shiranui and Musashi being banned out on the side of Team Vitality means
The Vitality has always been Musashi, okay?
Or even the Lung.
Yeah, this is kind of like limit testing, right? So both Loon and
what do we
Arlie
pick
are
here?
available for the picks. We've seen how teams use these farm lanes to their advantage as well. So the curious question for me now...
Dharma again, we just first picked Dharma Ali again. I mean, it worked out last game.
It looks like Arlie will be in the hands of Vitality first, and the 90 special, the Dharma.
Yes, they go for the Dharma, they go for the Ali. It's worked for them once already. I mean, 90 coming a little bit more of a one-trick here, which kind of makes me feel a bit worried for him. But hey, if you are able to one-trick that Dharma all the way through the play-ins, do it, bro, because then that means that going into Indonesia, it's going to be a little bit of a mist of mystery, right, around 90. What can he play? What can't he play? And right now, he's displaying that he can play this Dharma very well. But this is the thing that I think VP really messed up on, right? Not drafting in the Lady Jen. The Destructive Deluge throughout the entire tournaments we've been covering over the past 2 weeks has been an absolute destructive method of madness, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a missed vision from the side of VP, but nonetheless, this time we're changing it to MP, right? So Major Pride, they will take up this Lady Chen. I like it as well. But knowing how Vitality operate, I like this Dunbig, right? They are instantly looking for, hey, what's the backline access? We already see how aggressive 90 is on his Dharma, and rightly so, they will ban out the Byron. The Byron didn't give too good of a time to 90 in that lane.
Yeah, no, Shizuki plays the Byron quite well. I can imagine that if all things have been taken from him, like the lane as well, I think we could probably see him go on to the Charlotte, which is one of his bigger hero picks that we've seen throughout the Open Series. They ban out the Princess Frost, so we may see Highland potentially go for the Hino again, or they may
They're gonna ban Hino, right?
Be a good point for Major Pride to do, right?
They're gonna ban Hino.
Give over the Hino, but they also don't want
Which other mid laners even there?
Into the
is he gonna go?
Role, right?
Shanguan without Dolia doesn't work,
just
right?
On the side of Team Vitality, I think that Zhong
I mean, Highland plays Shanguan without Dolia, but it looked so much worse.
Fantastic Zhong Fei in the Open Series.
Yep, it's actually a standard pick, right?
And into a Ju, yeah, Hino band, yeah. So what do we play, What do we play mid lane now?
Also deals a decent amount of damage. Now, I'm very sure Major
Mei is banned, Frost, Hino, Jen picked away.
And take it away from the hands of Highland. We saw
what is a mid laner here?
Steady this Hino was
Angela. It's time.
Yes, absolutely.
But you guys said Jiao Kiao is the top 3 mid laner. I already see 4 mid laners being gone, so I'm waiting now for the top 3 mid lane character that I just play to make an appearance.
Something a little bit more in terms of the mid lane.
I know competitive is different, guys. I know.
In the beast there and then, and think about the mid lane afterwards, because we've seen Highland go on the likes of the Shang-Wan. It would mean that there is a lot of burst on the side of Team Vitality, which could go through the sustain.
We're keeping the mid laner for the last pick now.
So Vitality, between the choices, they pick up the
I meant Zhao Kiao.
Well, right, with the leaping
Why would she be in a tournament? Because you guys said it's the top 3 sub mid laner.
The other option they had,
not my words,
was actually Zhuangzi, because I think Zhuangzi would offer, with the butterfly effect, just negating all the useful benefits of having the destructive deluge.
Yeah, maybe we'll see that from Major Pride, right? They may go for the Sunbin that some of the teams have been going for. Didn't quite go too well for Grizzly Q, but we've seen Kashi Batir on the Shuangsu as well. Again, a great counter to the Zhang Fei.
Is she one guy? Nope, was multiple people saying it.
But they go for the Motsu, so first time in the EMEA play-ins, Motsu does come through, and this hero has a lot of appearances, but that one thing that doesn't really surprise me with Major Pride is Shizuki.
What do we pick now? What do we play?
So going onto the Clash lane, just like 90.
Not Shangguan, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he might have to go for it, because nothing, I don't...
Switch states pretty
I don't know what else Highland plays, actually.
Offensive, you have the stuns coming in from the Mortar as well. The Cannon Blast is going to be really useful, because it helps sets the stage for players like the Lady Chen, where they can even enhance that combination with the Tears, the Flowing Side as well. And like you just mentioned, it is going to be Shangguan.
He has to last pick Shangguan, because there's nothing else, man. All the mid laners are just gone.
Yeah, I kind of.
But without Dolia, Shangguan just doesn't feel that crazy.
Being taken off the board with Princess
Milady, I should have been Milady, man.
The high now. There was only one real thing to go for Highland, and it kind of seems a little bit of a restrictive hero pool, right? That they're really showing on the side of Team Vitality is that we kind of know what picks they go for, and that's not necessarily always a bad thing, right? It's always about how comfortable you are with that pick and how well you think you may perform with it as well. And Vitality right now have shown that they are very comfortable with the picks that they know, but it's a very small kind of window, right? There's not much room
let's see. Can Vitality win against...
Yeah, and it's also not a lot of room for error
and
at this point.
pay.
So we'll see how the laning phase goes.
Major Pride
here, of course, has the very important job of not just scouting the map out, but trying to get the lane in advance.
I mean, Highland Shangguan is good, but...
Yeah,
I remember him picking it against the top Asian teams, and it was...
We had a bit of a mix of
it was a struggle.
Winter in those last 2 games, because she went for the Taiyan, she went for the Lianpo, right? So Zhong Fei, a little bit more different. Yes, he's tanky.
Should have played Angela, guys. Angela into Jen and what's it sounds so bad. So
in terms of the tremor.
Wasn't Angela also? Angela was also nerfed, right? At the same time.
Kind of trying to burst and disperse the team fight.
Yeah. With that being said, do not mistake this Zhang Fei for a small, cute puppy as well, right? When he hits his beast form, he will be able to deal damage on the backlines.
Yes, exactly. The CC coming through will be pretty huge for the side of Zhongfei and Team Vitality. Okay, Shanks
going hard.
Flank there. A lot of tit for tat already. We see the Kinesis has taken a lot of damage.
Zhongfei is broken. He is, yeah.
In this laning phase, so Shanks.
I remember a game at the Esports World Championship where Zhongfei had the most damage in the game or something, or 100,000. That's why it was crazy.
Because with the Leaping Savior, it buys you time for Shanks to come in with the leap step as well.
Yes, then that was a nice play there by Cassiopeia. He's able to phase check the bush. Doesn't quite hit anything with the cannon blast. There was no CC hit. There we go. We do see the City Boy there. A bit of a rotation from Red. He decides to go back up to the lane. Oh, okay. First
Wait, what happened?
Miss. Double kill for Highland.
Tyler got a double kill.
Okay.
We didn't see it?
Let's get a replay on that bad boy.
Yeah, I would like to have a replay, please.
For the side of
Hello?
And
You got a double?
You can feel that they are in the groove, right? Highland getting the first blood is a huge marker for him because this is going to enable him to clear the way.
Did we see? We didn't see it, right?
Now,
Oh my.
finishing stroke a very big threat.
Do we have any replays? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, early game, absolutely, because that burst is going to hit completely different in the early game, right? And the fact that he's able to
Highland now make it the Highland show?
It means that he's able to take.
Yep, he's looking for the next kill.
As well, so that's going to be really
Doesn't quite get it. Goes for Lady Zhen.
Highland for now. Red looking like
and he's down.
Oh, destructive deluge comes through.
He's down. I cursed him again. That's fine.
Of Major Pride, that was like, hey, we made a major mistake. Now we're paying for it.
Yep, the ice field here going to be the death.
My bad, guys. My bad.
But nonetheless, there's benefits, right? So now City Boy gets to clear the lane. He gets a little bit more EXP, a little bit more gold in his pocket.
Yes, absolutely. We see that they are quite a while
Not
ahead
again, man.
On the
Just like last game.
Side of Team Vitality, just about 1k, right? If
last series, I mean.
8 that to 9.2, so 1.2k gold for the side of Team Vitality. Going into the third minute is quite interesting. Could be a slippery slope here, and
nice.
90 comes in with the truth mantra as well, helping Highland get the kill into the mid lane.
And this is what's so scary about Vitality's draft, right? They're so mobile, their rotations are really fast. And now it's a race of farm as a City Boy. He's looking for an opening. They just want to push them away, right? They want to get this T1. This is going to open
I really
up
don't like these comps that have 4 range characters. I really dislike them.
Yeah, Team Vitality being super aggressive here. They are able to whittle down the T1 in the farm lane to
whenever I see it, I'm just like, yeah.
Already put in a bit of
it feels so difficult to make something happen, unless you like, yeah, I don't even know.
They're probably just not quite acclimatized to this aggression or receiving it, especially coming from the EMEA Open Series Split 2, right? There wasn't very aggressive teams other than the Turkish team, but hey, Vitality rocking it here. We do see the Unruly Blade come through and the Unbridled Outburst as well. Both being procced there. There we go. Finishing stroke come through from Highland once more, putting it up by about 3 kills, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it's a big moment for the side of Vitality, right? And this first rotation, take a look at what it nets them. It nets them the first Tyrant of the game. They get a T1 on the board. Everything going in favor on the side of Vitality. That is 4,000 in the pocket.
Yeah, a very quick, clean game here, right? The draft was looking pretty scary for the side.
Yo, Highland, okay, he is.
Nah,
he is. He had 1 death and about everything else, he just doesn't care.
Twisting Blam has been able to claim the kill, get 2 kills over to the side of the team.
We're speed running.
That T2 into the
That's a tier 3, it's already gone.
As we get into the 5th
not even 5 minutes. Are we going for the end? Guy, what are we doing? Let's not get over.
In less than 5 minutes, guys. That is how scary, how clinical Vitality is. And at this point, it's a 4,000 goal lead, and there's much more to come.
Oh, plenty more, right?
We're walking between turrets now. Hope we don't get too overconfident, but Mods is down. Rampage for Highland.
Gets caught out there by Shangguan as well. Limsky's on the run.
Targetable.
Put onto this Shu one.
Mighty gets the stun out and the
in this open series.
These are targetable ultimates though.
The infinite vastness, the saving Kinesis there by the skin of his teeth. But what is not going to be saved is that T2. Shizuki against a 4v1 is not looking likely when 90 was looking for a roam there, looking to cut off that Azure Golem as well.
Yeah, this is a huge lead coming in from Vitality, right? It's a big game for them to sit atop the table, and they're not missing the mark at all.
Yeah, no, there's pretty much unscathed on the side of
this is just
only dying by 1 death.
Not even close, man.
There we go. We see that Cassiopeia is taken out once more by Shanks. They do not want to let the side of Major Pride get to the late game, which would really activate the long.
It's not even about the late game. It's not even mid game, guys.
Are we really going for the end?
Over mid-game, the Unbridled outburst
Island
has
diving in
come through
again.
For the side of Team Vitality, the Undying
really?
Solo comes through trying to save
Really?
the side of Major
Really?
Pride, but it's not
Really?
enough
Please,
here. They're
7
assaulting
minutes?
The Crystal.
6.5?
A 6-minute win on the table for Team Vitality.
European team?
Major Pride looking like a fish out of water.
Smooth.
6.5 minutes? Not even. That's crazy.
23 seconds, guys.
What?
This is how fast
How
Vitality
fast did the
has
Chinese
taken
teams
the
win
game
at the
away
esports
from
World
Major
Cup, man?
Pride.
What was that again? That was
Yeah, that was
like
something
8,
they've got to
9 minutes?
recalculate going into game 2, right? I think they may have just been caught a little bit off guard, Major Pride there, or it just really shows all the efforts that the Team Vitality have been doing since EWC that's made them this beast.
That's why you don't give Highland that Shangguan a comfort pick.
I guess you just give him
explosive
Shangguan, man,
growth,
yeah?
a big snowball coming in, giving him the first blood as well. Highland will take it to higher heights at this point. And you know what? It's kind of sad because at this point, Major Pride is not a weak team. They are strong as well.
They're a very strong team,
Impressive.
but just looking at this post-game
Very
stats,
impressive.
there's not a lot really to say, right? Because in terms of itemization, there wasn't really much built. You have the Blazing
believe
Cape,
that,
you have the
man.
Sun, Shadow Ripper,
What did you
the
just see?
Doomsday. Very much early game itemization for the side of Team Vitality. And same with the gold difference as well. You can kind of see that there's not really much to be covered here with City Boy, only a few hundred gold ahead of Olimsky, but where it really kind of shined was in that farm lane, right? Shanks, 5k to 2.5.
Yep, Crimson Reaper with the Doomsday and adding on to that for Highland with the Insatiable Tomb as well. Look at the combined damage that they dealt as a team. Highland 46,000 hero damage on his own. And
6.5 minutes.
24,000 as well. And this is too much in the early game. This is a combined 66,000 damage. That normally happens in the mid.
What did we just see?
Yeah, it just plays dividends to Team Vitality, right? We saw that City Boy was very active, roams on the Atta, and he's basically immolated that on the Dune pick. So able to use the Unruly Blade to get to places that normally a wall would be too much of an obstacle. You're going to see it here in the highlights. Not many highlights because it was only a 6-minute match. Those coming in at home. Highland starting off a really strong game 1 of match 2 with a double kill.
Yep, masterclass from Highland here, showing off the 2v1 situation where it is Highlands chasing you, not you chasing him. And at this point, this dive, once again, very clean play. You know, Lady Chen was dead already at that point, so Red Cutie didn't have to do much. But the nice attempted stun thing inside the box didn't really work out because Vitality, they understood their strength.
Yep, I think right now, Major Pride just need to take a little bit of a word from Coach Hauler, which is breathe. They need to breathe, they need room to breathe, but it looks like Team Vitality are not in the oxygen business, especially Highland getting this MVP. 46k damage.
Wait, now having a 2-0 Vitality versus Pro is huge already.
He was not mucking around.
Yeah, normally we would say we blow them out of the water, but it felt like
It's looking good for the
Vitality
already
put them
to
underwater at this point. They couldn't
we clean this out to 0 today.
And what a performance by Vitality at this stage of
This
the game.
fast? That's scary.
Is a convincing win. Now, if they win one more, they will be atop the table, and similar fashion to the other play-ins as well. It's looking like a very, very big lead that they're gonna establish for themselves today.
Absolutely. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've still got a game 2 between Major Pride and Team Vitality. Hey, Major Pride could have just been doing a little bit of a research and development game, right? Being like, hey, we've never scrimmed against them. We're not too sure what's going on here. But what we are going to do right now is just take a short break to see if Major Pride can come up with some major advantages against Team Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
Dee nee 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 dee nee nee dee 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 nee 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 dee nee nee na ba 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 doo da dee nee da boo ba ba da dee da do do. Dee dee do 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 dee dee do do. No, maybe another 20-minute break before the next best of 3 though, I'm pretty sure.
Legendary. You have slain an enemy.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee danger.
Ever say this one more time, and I will ban you. And no, I will not just ban you. First you're getting unmodded, and then you're getting
After
banned.
unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Put on more light. No, I don't like it. My skin is so like oily.
Welcome back. It was a blitz of a game coming in from Vitality against Major Pride here.
I feel like I need better lighting for my setup sometimes.
As we go into the second game of this best of 3 series, Blam, what do you think?
Hey, all I'm saying is a message to Team Vitality. Let me give you some play-by-play. Let me do my thing. Let me do my job. I've been hired to do a role. Don't end the next game in 6 minutes, please.
No, do another 6 minutes. Let's do it up.
Play-by-play. Come on.
Well, it's hard to find fault with Highland, right?
Sorry, I just forget sometimes. Weeks pass by too fast.
I presume it is definitely going to be banned out in this second ban of the second game.
I mean, that's why, but why would that take with my, like,
they could just allow something else to come through, like the Princess Frost, kind of make a Highland retreat back to the shield gameplay rather than the sword.
I don't have a ring right now.
Him on, or even, hey, a brushstroke seems deadly for Highland in that mid lane, right? Like, he really carried that game 1 against Major Pride, but Dolia, Q1 being banned out for the side of Major Pride. They don't want it to go over to Team Vitality, and they're not going to take it for themselves, which makes me a little excited.
I only have it in the T-zone.
Me that Alimski's actually going to go back to Alimski things.
Yeah, that's
All right.
what's exciting,
He's
right? Because
Ben
you mentioned to
Musashi.
me that they like unconventional picks. I like that as
Use a
well.
cleanser daily. I use it
So
twice
I wanna see
daily.
what does Major Pride have cooking in their bag at this point? Because it needs to be something special.
And I got an
Yes,
oil cleanser
absolutely.
too.
I think that only time will tell what that special thing will be, right? The Maishiro, you get bans off
I've
the
heard of
card
everything by
there.
now.
They are going to deny
I have like
Shanks
10
of
products that
the
I'm
Ali,
trying.
but that means the Loon pick is up, and it also means that there is plenty here, like the Orgrin, like the Zhongfei. They could lock in the farm lane. Again, once more, Winter had a... I mean, from what we saw, right? 6 minutes is not something to judge
Only
a
first
performance,
pick.
but hey, she planned the unbridled outburst towards
Oh,
the end
Vitality
there
with
very
Orgrin
well,
now.
but
We
there
haven't seen
go. The
Vitality's
Lung and the
Orgrin.
Orgrin come through. For
Okay.
both of the picks for Vitality.
Okay, that's
Yep,
scary.
this
That's good.
is a significant lawnmower strat, right? You just mow down the enemies, kind of like you're cutting down the grass as well. So Orgrin and Lung, very oppressive picks. Now, Major Pride, they're gonna pick up the Lady Zhen, Zhangfei, and Arlie. These three picks,
Lady Zhen again?
decent synergy between themselves. You have the defensive
Did we
capabilities.
pick a mid laner this time early on, or do we just not care? After last game, I guess we just don't care.
As well, but
If
they're
Shangguan
really
works
squishy.
against
I'm
them like
not
this,
feeling
then...
it just yet for Major Pride.
But it's already more frontline now with Zhang Fei, so...
On the Zhongfei could
This
be
time they
huge for
decided
them.
to pick
It's
some
something
more
that maybe
frontline
missed
already,
out
which
in
is,
game
yeah.
one that they
Again,
now
these
can
poor
get
big
into
line
game
range
two.
comms just...
Kashibutia showing some
My
great,
Yane. Okay.
promise in the whole of the Open Series split 2, right? He was a very active roam. He played very well on the Zhongfei, so we can kind of hope to see a little bit more of that. But we're seeing 90s kind of decided to retire the Dharma pick and gone for the Mayin. So that's good, right? That's a little bit of a spice up that we needed.
Yep, it's going to shake up the draft entirely because Major Pride, there's so many things they need to consider, right? Now we have Highland specialties, we have the 90 specialties, and C-Boy has been very consistent in his performance so far in all the games we've seen online today. So I want to see, does Major Pride have what it takes to kind of break this trend coming in from Team Vitality?
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of aiming this last little part of the ban phase to Winter. They take up the Taiyan. They don't want that big sustain coming from the Orgrin. We've seen it many times.
Yeah, but it's not like there's a lot of mid laners that can compete anyways, you know?
A lot of HP.
Like, mid lane is kind of a bit of a role.
Like City Boy playing the Orgrin. It's
all of like a lot of the mid laners just don't work because they, if you play mid laner who only does damage, like a damage mage, they just don't do anything.
Stops for the side of Team
You
Vitality.
just don't do enough.
Ban on the side of Major Pride, they do go for the Shangguan.
So the one that I played are like damage mid laners, and then maybe something like Mei Shangguan who can just dive and roam a lot more.
Yeah, and that's a very
But
scary
like
notion
just
to think
basic
about, right?
mages
So
just
Major
don't
Pride,
work
I
well.
think at this point they have to stay calm, similar to the advice that Holler was giving. They have to
Basic mages need too much.
Paramount that they need to do this. At this
Too
point,
much money.
Vitality, you can tell the confidence is shining.
But they're so
because
vulnerable.
Hano is going to come into the hands of the side of Highland.
I know.
He is steady with it like a rock.
Almost got a full
and
blue
at this
team.
point,
We got
I
blue
don't
men.
see how Vitality can lose this game.
He puts down the brush, he picks up the scepter, he becomes the sword of the team Vitality once more. Highland looking to carry this game too, unless Major Pride can draft something here. They can kind of try and
Ooh, a
stop the
monkey.
Hino. They go for the monkey, so the dream roll that's able to kind of set up these plays as well with the Zhongfei could be a good
I mean,
thing for
Vitality
Major
is
Pride,
calm.
right?
Like,
They
we don't have a
good
lot of
front line.
like.
Maybe they need something in this clash.
We have a lot of
lane,
strong individual
like the
characters, but I feel like
or
team
even-
fighting is
there we
not all
go,
too
I said
crazy
it,
yet.
Or the Charlotte again.
Okay, so it's kind of here. Vitality
Need
is
some
showing us
frontline
clean
tank now.
like water.
Okay, I guess Orgrin is kind of
They are
tank, but
so
like some
fluid. At this
CC
point, I
would
don't
be
even
nice,
know
no?
what is a bad pick
And
for the side
Ellen
of
as well. Yeah, they have
Vitality,
low
right? There's so
CC
many
on-
options they can explore at this
Uh-huh.
point. Sure, they have the Zhangfei, they have to have the shield from the Leaping Savior as well.
What's the last one?
But
Video
what
support,
is
just
a
Lee and Poe
shield
again?
To the side of Vitality, when you have Catch by Mayin, you have the Peel
It
from
has
the
to be,
Halo,
right?
and you have Orgrin coming in with the Death's Precipice. All of this room opening for the side of Loom.
Yeah, I mean, why have a shield, right? I mean, they're probably
What's
cooking
that?
something up on the side of Major Pride. They want to kind of just last these team fights a little bit longer. Maybe even try and
Oh,
last
wow.
these engages.
What a sparkling,
those
crazy.
brutal 4v1 engages, right, that we saw from game 1 for Team
Crazy,
Vitality going
guess.
down to the farm lane, just picking off Kinesis very
Muzzy.
early, which I suppose when you're playing an Ali or playing the Lung, that's where you kind of get the early game advantage and make sure you're claiming that late game advantage as well, right? Is making sure that your late game heroes on the side of Major Pride aren't going to shine.
Yep, and Highland already showing a little bit more flash at this point, you know, flexing on his opponents. I'm joking. So Vitality, I like the draft so far, right? They have good peel, they can play from a distance, and at this point, Yin is able to close that door on them as well. So final picks.
I feel like this game will not be as short, but I mean, Ogren can snowball games very fast, right?
I have to say so far.
Let's see how Vitality plays with Ogren.
I like this.
If they funnel into him, he's gonna start top. They do okay. They do the top start.
Hey, speaking of Winter, right?
They clear the way fast. They go for jungle camps together.
Well, with nails. Is it going to be like one of those like final form things when like things get hard, she just takes them off?
They just invade actually. No, they don't invade. Or do they invade?
There's nothing weighing me
Yeah, they're
down
taking
there.
one.
There's no space between my fingers.
One jungle camp array already.
We are ready to brawl, but we'll have to wait and see if we ever get to that point with Vitality Winter.
I'm playing with a handicap. Can you deal with me?
Yeah,
they already denied Mankey like 2 camps.
Right now, lads. I'm playing with
Was Highland contested this one?
on my fingers.
Well, we'll see, right? Major Pride, one of the things I think they pride themselves with is the ability to come back into games and to learn quickly against their opponents. So we'll see. At this point, I don't think it's a good idea to eat those Scepters of Fate coming in from Highland.
No, definitely not. Unless you're trading a few bubbles here and
You can
there, which
contest this
aren't
rep buff
as
even.
tasty and deadly as those Scepters. You don't want to be sort of taking those shots when you need to. Just like here, Kashi Pitard just taking these shots to the face.
Yep, and it's not a good sign for the side of Major Pride, right? Once again, we get that very significant Vitality pressure coming in from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, at least Kinesis hasn't taken as much damage as they were in that game 1, right? Like, it was only 2 minutes in. We pretty much blinked. He had half health, and then at that point, there was a 4-1 invade into the bot lane. Frozen.
Maybe he can get him, actually. Maybe, no.
Engage here from a
He just flies out.
Dreamroll does come through, saving Monkey right now.
Okay, so he does commit the smite. This is really important. They need to find out where they can even out the farm, even out the experience as well. So I think, you know, Major Pride learning the lessons already, but there's still more to be done, right? Right now, another engage, another invade coming in from Vitality. Major Pride have not found an answer for that just yet.
Yes, major improvements to be had, but right now, kind of with
Time to start
Vitality, they have a already tried and tested team comp, right?
AJ is going to be a problem, but it never looks like a problem ever. It's just a solid mid laner.
Backline, which we know 90 can do.
It's weird.
Heroes like Dharma.
It never looks that scary or anything.
Heroes like the Yin, but it's all about how Major Pride try and counter-engage the side of Team Vitality, because if you let them take control, they're going to just take miles and miles from you. Not just inches, they'll take lives.
But mid laner's your problem?
XP,
I mean...
everything.
Yep, and at this point,
yeah, but Mei is annoying.
He's caught in a bad position here. We'll be able to just scurry out at the moment, right? And you know what? It's looking good because he's
if Mei wasn't a problem, she wouldn't be banned every game, right?
Yeah, for now.
Also, last game, Shangguan just 1v9, but yeah.
A susceptible.
It was also just a team diff in general, though.
Disadvantage or even play for the side of Major Pride. But for right now, they seem to be doing a little bit more better, right? Like a lot more respect going on right now. There's no sort of like huge engages that we may be getting that now into the bot lane, where we see City Boy just waiting for the go ahead by Shanks and Winter. Here we go. The Path of Passing does come through. Not be able to get there in time. Cannon Blast hits onto Olimsky. Kinesis once again very low.
Yep, and you can see, right, the really small things that Vitality have done across the first 3 minutes of the game have now put themselves in a slightly better position, not just in terms of experience, but in gold as well. Take a look at the growth of items and gold on the farm lane.
Yes, just take a look at the farm lane right now that we're seeing the Alung, right? 2.1k difference.
I would think it's going to be a 6.5 minute game, guys.
Shanks right now, and then obviously City Boy is edging very closely to that kind of equalizing state, right? Like, there is no need to sort of worry at this point. I think the time to worry is when these neutral objectives kind of get out of hand.
Yeah,
we already have 1k good lead.
Because at this point, you know, if you take a look at
almost,
Shanks, yes, the gold is pretty even, but the itemization is different worlds apart, because
he's
now
taxing mid lane. What is this, man?
Does have the armor.
Let mid lane also get
and
something.
Right now, I think they want to play a faster game. So Kinesis.
Come on, man. Mid lane is such a beatdown sometimes.
But it's not enough damage yet.
Nope, not enough damage just yet, but hey, this is kind of like, they don't have the early game team comp, right, for the side of Team Vitality. They have the Hino, which is great. It can do a lot of damage. We have the Orgrin that can soak quite a bit of damage, but also deal a little bit of damage in the early game. But it's all about waiting for that lung to activate. So whether they just literally going for this draft so they
I
can
was
try and
caught
get to the
now,
late
right?
game or
Wait.
even get into the mid game.
He's
Just have a
fine.
little bit more fun with Major Pride.
This team is here.
The Faith Rewind does come through. Oh, what a nice placement from Highland there. It does get met by Lady Chen's ability, just stunning him in place, letting them know that, hey, I'm still here. I'm still a member on the side of Major Pride. I am not to be overlooked.
Okay, so let's make a couple of things clear. You know, Major Pride, I think they have matched up the pacing that has been given, laid down by the side of Vitality. That's a good sign for them, right? But they need to do a little bit more. I haven't seen a lot of invades coming in. So Major Pride will do well for themselves to try and find some openings.
Yes, openings indeed, right? We see the Maids back
Uh-oh.
off. Okay, so first blood does go over to Kinesis this time. So again, Major Pride having a bit of a major improvement here going into game 2, able to take the first blood. Kashibatia looking close by, maybe trying to cut off Hino. He knows that the flank is going to come through anytime now. There we go.
Do you want Becca leaves? Now we can't.
Main comes through.
I mean, Hino has no clip pressure whatsoever, but
Kashi alive.
Oh, the jukes and the side steps coming up from Kashibatir. Very big plays. And on the top lane as
we
well,
missed
Major
first blood
Pride doing
again.
well for themselves. They're pushing down. And
Ah,
they get the
we're
kill
losing.
On to 90. What a surprise, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 2 kills up. It's not quite the double kill that Highland got in the first game, right? But it is Major Pride leading this game 1 so far. And the gold lead has now got over to the favor of Major Pride as well. So they're clearly playing a draft that is a lot more comfortable for the team, the Eastern European team.
Okay, so they're holding their own, but at this point, Vitality, they do have some win conditions that once achieved is going to swing the game back in their favor really heavily, and that's going to come in the form of Highland because the peels are coming in. Master of Agony in his hands.
Yes, so far so good for the side of Major Pride, but that could get overturned any time, right, with Team Vitality. We don't know. They are a very good team at making the
It's not
enemies
too
think
much
that
yet,
they're ahead,
guys.
and then
It's
all of a sudden they have a
fine.
really great team fight. They're able to get back into the thick of it and then take the lead for themselves. But the T1 down into the farm lane and into the clash lane.
This could be
is
something.
spelling trouble here for Major Pride.
No, then
Spelling
his
trouble
ultimate.
is the Death on Sunset trying to get out of there. Shuzuki is able to get out of Mayin's grasp as well as the
Shuzuki.
Cannon Blast as well.
Yeah, but he burns out the death at sunset, and this is going to be a big problem for the side of Major Pride because right now Vitality, they essentially have all of their ultimates, important ultimates, and they are looking for a fight.
Yes, right now they are looking for a fight, and they are looking to try and take this neutral objective, maybe even bait it, right? Bring in Team Vitality so we can then have
So yeah, Menki shoots out a bubble that comes back and then bounces one more time off him into the direction.
The side of Team Vitality, meaning that they've got
That's
both
the and then he also has the
early
shield.
game jungle objectives. So again,
But yeah.
even though
He, like,
Team
shoots out
Vitality
a
are
bubble
down
that
in terms
comes
of the
back
gold
and then
ever so
returns one more
slightly, and
time.
the turrets ever so slightly, it means that they are trying to get advantages in other vectors.
Yep, you can definitely see the conditioning that Vitality has placed onto Major Pride, right? They don't want to take unnecessary fights at this point, which is a good decision by Major Pride, but at the same time, it's also hindering their growth because they need to find openings or they will consistently be behind in the game all the time.
Bam, bam, bam. Flying in.
Yeah, they just definitely want to keep playing on that front foot, right? They don't want to let
They can, like, fly in a
pressure
circle.
get off, which is what we saw from Major Pride before. Historically, once they put the pressure on, they don't take the pressure off. They don't get overconfident. They just make sure they maintain whatever aggression they need to do to take the games in their favor. Monkey getting the Overlord, the Tyrant there as well. So neutral objective does go over to the side of Major Pride, meaning that they're able to have that extra little bit of damage, that little chain lightning
Okay,
effect
for
as
us.
well. When it comes
It's already
into these
ended,
team
like,
fights.
last game was
Being able to
already
get to
over.
that backline as well and do the damage. He's doing a lot of damage onto. Oh, City Boy goes down. Shizuki is trying to get 90 get caught out there. The Cannon Blast does save 90 as well. That is a bit of a clutch save there. Cannon Blast coming through, trying to put them in a bit of a pit stop. But you can kind of see that the Vanguard's able to turn around that clash lane right now. Shizuki tries to go and nurse it and manage to get there in time.
That's a big save, man. That's a lot of gold that they have stopped from going into the pockets of Vitality. And at this point, with the gold lead so close, I think Major Pride are doing well for themselves to make sure that it keeps being in this way.
Yes, so they've just got to basically just maintain everything that they're doing right now. They just can't sort of let anything slip. They can't give Vitality an inch, because like you said earlier, Kin, they will take a mile.
No, they will take a
Yep,
kilometer.
and at this point, you know,
we don't know what
you
a
can
mile is,
start to
man.
see how they're dealing with the growth of Highland, and it's really impressive, right? In the space of, what, a 5-minute break, they have now figured out how to play against a Highland Hano.
Yeah, so far so good, right? They are definitely looking for a healthier game 2 for the side of Major Pride. The 6-minute mark has been and gone. They can put that to bed, right? They know that they've got past the game 1 boss. Stage 1 boss was that 6-minute mark. They're now going into the 10-minute mark, which is the mid-game, which is where the pressure starts to be put on, right? Especially around these shadow neutral objectives. It looks like Major Pride are going for more damage instead of that Shadow Overlord.
But they're still fighting the Overlord. They're going to fight the Overlord still, maybe?
Right, to do that. They don't have any turrets
We
taken
get it,
down
though,
right
right?
now. For the side of Team Vitality, they need that Shadow Overlord. They take it as well. It is Highland
The Mankey's
getting
at
the last hit on it as
14.
well. Shizuki is trying to get it alive. The Cannon Blast from Winter does not hit, but the T1 in the mid lane does fall once more for the side of Team Vitality. No T1s left. This is a good opening for Major Pride.
Yeah, the
Don't
monster
get
does,
ahead
I
of
mean,
yourself, lads. Just
yeah,
keep
like-
your heads straight and narrow, right?
I feel like generally, like, range
simmering, right?
supports
At
feel
this
always
point,
so mid
Major
compared to the
Pride, I
melee
like this
ones
growth,
when I
and
watch.
all they have to do is to make sure that this T1 in the mid doesn't fall, and they're ready for a fight because they have the Tyrant's buff as well.
Yes, Tyrant buff as well, just trying to keep this defense onto the T1 in the mid lane, because if they let that open up, then it kind of just lets the other sides open up, because T1's into the farm and clash looking pretty low already, so there's not a lot of TLC needed for the side of Team Vitality to get those turrets down. The Vanguards can do it themselves, as you can see there. Clash lane goes. We see that Shizuki's trying to nurse that
I mean,
farm lane
Mox is
turret as
melee,
well. Highland
right?
looking to keep this ground zero for himself, gets knocked up from
In
the
theory,
lead.
actually, he is melee.
Yeah, now we have a couple of potential outplays. We do have the Splendor in the hands of Red Cutie. Let's see if he's going to make full use of that item against the likes of Highland.
Yes, let's see if he does make that use. They only have 13 seconds left on the Shadow Tyrant as well, so they got to really make use of this extra damage. T2 may be in trouble here. The Fave Rewind does come through for Highland. The Death on Sunset for Shizuki, trying to keep him out of there. Path of Passing does come through, but...
When this Mankey is so squishy though, right? Doesn't he have full damage items?
We get
a turret, we get a T2 turret.
The macro play, looking to pay back the dividends there.
This Mankey should just explode in fights,
able to get the T2, leaving it a little bit unnoticed, is Major Pride.
Yep, and this is what's scary about Vitality, right? Oh my goodness, that could be a kill.
Oh, there we go. See?
Yep,
Told
there
you.
it is. Shanks getting the kill onto Olimsky. He goes down.
There we go.
And they're
That's a kill for
waiting
long as well.
for those minions in the mid lane, just so they can
Huge.
try and open up a little bit more of Major Pride's jungle for the side of Team Vitality. But right now, you're kind of seeing that the gold lead is kind of flittering between both of these teams still. Not a lot going on, but there is plenty to be had if mistakes are made.
Yep, so one small decision
Longest, yeah.
led to the T2 on the top being taken down. And once again, take a look at the split push. This is all by 90's efforts. And all they're doing on the side of Vitality is really just capturing the attention of potential pushes in the waves, right? And I feel like Major Pride, they're playing a little bit too reactively. They need to set the pace.
Yeah, set the pace for now.
I think it's pretty much dead even again.
He's trying to just give a little bit of a love to the macro, right? We're seeing for 90. 90 playing a little bit less aggressive on the Mayim because he's used as a different kind of utility, right? Just being pushing those lanes, making sure the pressure is to be had there. In
Yeah,
the
good
side
Mayim
lanes.
is
The Sun
painful.
Chaser comes through for Kinesis.
Oh,
He
Highland?
needs trouble when he gets that range. And speaking of trouble, is Highland. He goes down. The Dream Roll, not even needed right there. Only just as a backup measure for Highland to
that's not
think he
good.
could escape. Then Olimsky would have been, hey,
That's
we
not
are
good,
going
man.
down.
Yep, that was a big play though, actually, by 90. So that split push now kind of closed the door on the aggression from the side of Major Pride because they had to go back and defend the waves. Now, at this point, it didn't allow the floodgates to be open, so Vitality have another saving grace, another chance. This time, maybe they can position a little better to try and get the perfect team fight. As of now, the reach of Major Pride is great with the side of Red Cutie as well as Kinesis.
Yeah, you can kind of see 90 here has been sitting in that brush for a very long time. They know they're going to go for the Shadow Tyrant right now, and you can see...
We're fighting this. 90's going in.
To get the steal. There's 90 into the thick of it. They don't get
Are we
the
gonna
crucial
fight?
kill back, but we are
Ali
seeing
is
Kinesis
down.
going down. Olimsky takes down
Mayin,
Shanks, so that is
Mayin.
ADC
Oh,
for
flick
ADC,
flipping.
90 on the run, trying to get the kill.
Mayin always looks so funny.
It's
The way she
saving,
walks as
the leading
well.
savior from Kashi Batir, but it's also Shizuki going into the back line of Team Vitality that's doing work right now.
Okay.
Oh, get him. Yes!
Yep,
Shutdown,
the
too.
comes through, stops it there. Shizuki
Okay.
has met his Mako when that 2v1 comes through.
Yep, it's an overcommitment from the side of Major Pride, right? And it looks like they might get punished. At this point, 90 is just trying to deter them from any additional
Guys, is
aggression,
Orgrin overrated?
because they need to set the map cleanly for their side. So
Nah,
the waves
right.
are in favor of Major Pride, which is why they're considering taking up this Shadow Overlord at this point. But I believe Vitality should know what's going on. Let's see how they play this out.
Yeah, with the jungle debuff though, yeah, Alimsky on his own as Monkey is not going to get that Shadow Overlord on his own, right? So he needs his team there. He needs his boys to back him up. But right now you can kind of see that City Boy is still trying to commit forward. Maybe a bit of a bait here to lure Major Pride in. 19 to the back there, takes in Kachipatir. So there goes one of the big front lines of the side of Major Pride. Boom! Goes down another as well. Red QT gets caught out by a cannon blast. So they're already down 2 members and 2 fatal members on the side of Major Pride. Shizuki, Redsky, and the Kinesis are just looking for
but nothing is really up, no objective.
Reset right now, just as
no objective, nothing to gain. Mid-turn, baby.
Sweep in their favor.
Yeah,
and, you know what?
It's actually quite painful for the side of Major Pride, right? Take a look at the itemization.
Brain wasn't braining. We already have the objective.
6 slotted Shanks here, and that's not a sight that you want to see if you're a fan of Major Pride. At this point, the item growth is pretty strong. I like the fact that the Splendor is still available for the usage.
Be long game.
Has the Venomous Staff for the anti-heals as well. But at this point,
maybe it is. We can't even push mid.
All 5 up on the side of Major Pride and all 5 up on the side of Vitality.
We can't even push mid.
Expect that Vitality gonna have the edge.
Red team.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those just shots coming from Shanks there, right? Just so much damage going on to these T2s. And this is the beauty of a 6-slotted Shanks. No, not even just a Shanks in particular, a 6-slotted Lung, right? He is going to have huge damage.
Yeah, he is crazy now.
Take down any turret, take down any tank on the side of Team Major Pride. And
he just 70% to 0 the turret.
They are slowly but surely opening up Major Pride for a little bit of a defeat here in the mid lane. You can see the City Boys waiting in the way by there, just waiting for that path of passing when he needs to get through. T2 down into the mid lane as well, looking very troublesome here for Major Pride.
Yep, the path of passing is kind of like a boundary drawn, right? Against the side.
Good luck to Major Pride.
And right now,
actually, no good luck.
Saying that you do not own this space, we are going to occupy it, and the territory is ours at this point. Shadow Overlord marching down on the top.
Yes, onto the clash lane here. So Highland into the thick of it. He does have the fate rewind, able to get out of there as
Ali's
well.
Gone.
There we go. Shanks taken down.
By long.
Kinesis once more. The infinite.
We've seen the story before, haven't we?
Save Shanks and get out of there. But right now, Major Pride already down 1 member. Can they get?
No, this could be game here. This should be game actually. I think they can defend.
Into the clash lane goes down for Major Pride.
It's gonna be game.
Alimsky does have the Sage's Sanctuary. He has that double life right now. The dream
actually, nah, maybe it's too difficult.
A dream.
So 2 more minutes coming in. Nah, I think it should be game, right?
It's not looking like it. Team Vitality looking like they've got Major Pride shut at this game 2 in match 2. Minions are at the crystals. Shizuki trying his best to nurse that crystal to good health, but
Mankey's down, Mankey's down, Mankey's down, Mankey's down. Resurrecting.
Get
him again. Nice.
On the side of
Ellen. Oh, Ellen got Ellen got 2.
We see the Highland is able to take down.
But Shank's still alive.
But then Shizuki goes down as
the long damage is so crazy.
Plenty of trades right now. 3 to
is he going for how much damage?
When the minions are at the crystal, they just got into the pressure.
What is that damage? He can just end the minions. The minions.
The side of Team Vitality.
Oh, come on.
Can they get these minions through? Not quite yet.
One more basic attack. One more basic attack.
Game-saving smite there from the side of Kashipatir. That's going to extend
just
the
one
life for a
basic.
Bit, but at this point, they're struggling to keep up. Major Pride, at this point, 55,000 in the bank. It might look like they're pretty close in gold, but in terms of damage output, nobody's in comparison to Shanks.
Yeah, nobody at all. It's pretty much like a country mile, right? The gold lead is definitely going into the favor of Team Vitality after that fantastic, aggressive play onto the side.
I guess they have to go for the Tempest. They have to just win a team fight. But Overlord, one more Overlord should be game easily, right?
Mightily low. There's somebody needs to send help, right?
Oh yes, for sure. And at this point, it is where the little decisions matter a lot, right? So Highland definitely going to use the Scepter of Fate to scout things out. And every Cannon Blast that Winterlands is going to be of big importance, because once you get the stuns on the important peoples on the side of Major Pride, that could set up the kill. And, you know, even though Kashipatir is pretty tanky, you don't want him to expend that Unbridled Outburst prematurely.
They have to fight this. They're not fighting it for some reason. What I mean, guys, your Christ is 1 HP.
Just only catching out Winter, so not really offering much.
What are we waiting for, man?
But Major Pride doing a lot
When
better
is
in
Red
this
Team
game
winning?
too,
In the
right?
next minute, they should be winning.
They convert that 6-minute game into an almost Tempest Dragon duration, right?
This should, honestly, this should be it, right?
They're able to get and survive a lot longer with this draft, giving me a lot more hope for Major Pride, either in the next game or day 2. But right now, Team Vitality looking for a final assault onto the base.
Takes a lot of damage though.
Comes through for Highland as well.
Ali has actually already gone in. Legion is down.
Sage's Sanctuary as well.
It's a 1-for-1 though. That's the bait gone from Major Pride.
QT, but there's a lot of damage still on the side.
Actually,
of
I'm able to defend.
Thanks to Kinesis, is able to push away Vitality once more.
Does Chris
like
recover? Yeah.
See that Tempest Dragon come through, and if Major Pride are able to take it up, I think we could see a little bit of a comeback. It's going to be hard for them, but we could see a comeback.
Game.
Yep, protect.
Wait, if Minky goes, what, Minky?
No.
He lives? What?
Yes, a little bit overzealous there in the commitment with the Dream Roll. He's
He's going to rush it now, no? Tempest Dragon?
Which a lot of players can't really
Or
say
do we see
when
if does the debuff still count?
The flank by 90 is not going to be apparent, but here he's trying to bait out a couple of skills, right? Oh my god, that Flaming Palm is so huge coming in from the side of Shanks. At this point, Kinesis, he needs to do a very good job of scouting without dying for the side of Major Pride.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much an impossible task, right? Because he has so much CC on the side of Vitality that the scouting is going to to get from because
this Minky has only damage items. He has like one. He has so little HP. Oh, Long almost got caught. Holy, he got ultimate out of 1 HP.
Saving Shanks for now, but we see that.
But he still has resurrection.
He's able to activate the
he has
shield,
resurrection ready.
Keeping himself just alive there. Death on Sunset does come through. Shizuki getting the kill out of City Boy right now, but they're going to be careful of 90. 90 is looking to march those minions into the mid lane, but Alimsky is waiting for it. He is at the door when 90 knocks.
Right, they are on the cusp of victory here on the side of Major Pride, right? There was a huge team fight. If they can do this again, I think Vitality might be in for a shocker of a game. At this point, very good control, right? Red Cutie, that destructive deluge, critical.
He's gonna get it.
You know, very potent in catching out City Boy, allowing for the kills, and most importantly, Kinesis, he is 6 slotted. Here comes it. The potential steal.
Oh, Highland with the scepters, not gonna get it. Oh, Tempest Dragon goes over to Major Pride. That could be a big upset here for Team Vitality. This is exactly the same spot they got to going against Virtus Pro. So again, there is a few little niggly mistakes that Team Vitality are making and
so
aren't able to just finish off these late games. That's why we kind of see that huge aggression in game 1, right? 6 minutes or nothing. And right now, it's showing a bit of a testament to that.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the nerves coming in from the side of Vitality, right? They're struggling to keep up, and at this point with the Tempest buff, I don't think it's going to be a good situation for Vitality to, you know, just lightly take a fight at this point.
Yeah, no, especially with these Vanguards rocking down each of these lanes, right? They're able to disrupt the turrets as well, so stop those big turret blasts coming through. There we go. Kinesis takes the T2 into the mid lane. So this is now going to open up to a final bastion at the higher ground turrets. This is the final frontier for Team Vitality. Major Pride have been on the receiving end. They know what it takes to get through that impenetrable wall, and it's going to be helped and aided by the Vanguards.
Yep, Kinesis now has the Sage's Sanctuary, and this is going to be a big marker, right? At this point, Vitality, you know what they're doing.
They get no T3 though, so...
They want to ride out all 3 waves on that Tempest Dragon. So at this point, Vitality will do well
one more wave, right? Yeah, one more wave.
Not give up too much room. They can give away the outer turrets, no problem. But as long as they can't get any T3s, it's a big win for the side of Vitality.
Yeah,
Lane is flanking. He's going to keep the Dragon this far out.
Major Pride are trying to get the high objectives, the higher turrets, sorry, and then we see that Team Vitality, Shanks doing a lot of those flaming bombs.
Main is flanking.
Damage onto Cassiopeia. We see that 90's coming to the back.
Oh, he already got Minky. What is this damage?
Kill? Oh no, the same Sanctuary coming through for Kinesis as well, so that's going to be a lifesaver. City Boy does go down as well.
Nice, just kick them down.
3-1 trade though for Team Vitality right now. Even though they're playing on a bit of the back foot, they need to defend from those Vanguards. They're able to still apply the pressure.
Nice fling.
And the pain is going to start happening for the side of Major Pride, right? Vitality still alive.
Kick them right in the face.
Have the Sage's Sanctuary in the inventory.
The kick is execute at the top HP. Yeah, I mean...
He does have good wave clear, but they don't have enough damage. So, Cassiopeia, they have to make
HP. Shanks has resurrection too.
Yeah, a
I
miracle.
think Faye's trying
and
to
a
put the mini
dream.
wave,
That is
but
what
it will
Major
not
Pride
be
have
enough,
now.
right? Surely
Over the
this is it.
Over the Major Pride, they have a miracle and a dream.
Queen is
They
diving
send
in.
Cannon Blast onto Red QT.
Late
I
gen.
think this is going to be it. They're riding
down.
out that minion wave into
That's
the
the
crystal.
4-0 days for Vitality.
2
times to 0. Clean.
Especially
Not a
after that
single game has
6-minute
been
match
dropped
in
4-0
game
on the
one.
first
Major
day.
Pride putting up a Major
One more
Pride.
to 0 and they're qualified
A
tomorrow.
hard-fought
I
battle
think
for the
just
win
one
on
more
the
to
side of
0.
Vitality. You can see that they did feel
And
the
it's
pressure
over.
at this point, but nonetheless, they take
Nice.
the series 2-0
GG.
against Major Pride, and this is going to be a big position, a
GG.
big win for them because now they sit atop of the table versus their two counterparts.
Yeah, top of the table is definitely where you want to be, and it's exactly where ISG found themselves in day one, right? And same with Influence Rage. It was all about trying to find and making sure they was able to get to that top side of the stage in day one. But hey, these two teams next, which is Major Pride and Virtus Pro, have both been defeated so far in day one. So they've got a lot to prove going into this next match, right? This could put them into either second position or last.
Yep, and this last part of the game really fell on.
So yeah, 1 more to 0 tomorrow.
Shanks as well as Kinesis, right? It's all about the itemization that you had. Kinesis had to sell away that Sage's Sanctuary. Unfortunately, got caught by 3 other members on the side of Vitality. But to me, my personal MVP is 90. Look at that. Skydome with the Axe of Torment, Siegebreaker, as well as the Starbreaker as well. Now, all of that damage came in at that last moment, that perfect flank. 91 then that game.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an MVP of pure match victory making strats like 90, or you can see the typical ADC Shanks take that victory from him, right? That 135k damage, or even Highland with the 218,000 damage. So huge damage outputs from the side of Shanks and Highland, really keeping Team Vitality within arm's length of that
Highland at
victory in game
218,000.
right? Because if it weren't for
I mean, it
these
was a
two
high damage
heroes
game in general.
and these two players, it would have been a lot harder for 90 to make these clutch plays, especially the macro plays into the side lanes. And you can kind of see here that this was anybody's game. The goal difference glittering to and from these teams until right towards the end that we see Team Vitality take that final hurdle.
Yep, as we all know in competitions, almost is never enough. And let's take a look at the highlights here. It was a big start for the side of Vitality, I feel. They managed to actually have a good start in the game, but right around that mid-game mark, that's where kind of Major Pride hit the stride, and they managed to turn the game a little bit around and get the gold in their favor as well.
Major Pride hit their stride. Hey, he's a poet, but he just doesn't know it. Kindo Fu coming through with the poems. And there we are seeing these highlights in every sense of the fashion. It was pretty much a neck-and-neck fight in this game too. Definitely a lot more of a brawl. Definitely
I can't believe the first game was 6.5 minutes.
An upset for Team Vitality, right?
And the second one went to Tempest.
As precise as some of these other teams that we've seen in the play-ins, right? They still have a lot to learn. They still have a lot of obstacles to overcome, right? Or we could just be seeing a testament to both Virtus Pro and Major Pride just being really big competitors for Team Vitality.
Yep, so this is one of the benefits of Team Vitality, having the benefits of a huge hero pool, right? Highland offered so much, not just in the game itself, gameplay, but also in the draft, simply because they were much more fluid, they were much more mobile, and right at this get-go, the amount of soak that both City Boy as well as Highland took allowed 90 to really just go in from the backlines, because there was a lot of focus to try and get these two tanks down, and when all of that fell through, you could see just Kashi Batir and Red Cutie, they are never going to be enough to defend against the likes of Shanks and Highland, Winter, 90. Too much damage across the entire team. Now let's take a look at the MVP. Nonetheless, it's going to be Highland.
Highland with the MVP.
18,500 damage, tanking and dealing the damage at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, as good as 90 was, right, he was just a proprietor. He was just doing the clash lane role when it's meant to be done properly, right? Whereas Highland, he's going above and beyond with the over 200k damage and also taking those hits when he needs to. But then also, given apart, he is not going to be kill hungry. He's just there to make sure that he is one of the core components of his team getting this victory in game 2. Like I said already, it's not the most convincing 2-0 after that 6-minute match in game 1, but Team Vitality do take 2 2-0s in day 1.
That's right. We're not taking anything away from Vitality. In fact, this was a much stronger growth on the side of Major Pride as well. This time, let's see if their growth is going to show through in the last game of the day when they go up against Virtus Pro. Before that, let's take a quick break. We'll see you.
A quick break of 25 minutes, right? Shouldn't call this a quick break, buddy. Buddy! I am gonna play another round. Do I play another round? I would like to take a nap. Let's just play another round. Which character do we play? What do we play? I'm gonna get something to drink. I need some more water. Is there a cool skin I can try out that I have, or do I play Zia again, maybe? Luna? I already played Luna. Play Mankey? Nah, I don't want to play jungle. Or do I? I can try Gun and Mo. Well, I don't need to know much about this character. Or what do I need to know? Means I just press buttons, no? This character can't be that difficult, right?
Victory.
Really? I'm gonna try it, whatever. Play Jing? No. Jing is a bit too much. Oh, my neck.
You are in the mid lane.
Is Daji reworked? I saw Daji's getting reworked. But she's not reworked yet, right? Or she gets like a passive where she turns into like a fox and runs away faster. I saw something like that, but I don't know. Why would I play Mozia? Let's play Gunham. I've never played Gunham. I got the skin as well.
Welcome to Honor of Kings. Surprise party enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds. Locked and loaded.
Alright, my first game with this character. So this is more melee and this is more range, right? Oh, can you skip both at the same time? Wow, okay. Do I just want to lose it from the side like this sometimes, maybe? Like, I literally don't know what this character does. I just picked it. You chill, buddy. Oh! Almost got him. Here, he just ran me down. I'm melee, right? Yeah. Interesting, but I kind of like this actually. It's like a nice mage. But that it has melee basic attacks is kind of weird. Do I level up both at the same time? Oh yeah, I do. What was this flash? Was crazy. I'm fine, right? That was inhuman. I'm staying, I don't care. I should have cared. Go here? No, 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 no. Interesting character though. I'm not liking it so far. I mean, I got the skin for Grandmaster, right? I never tried it. That was... You flash them on I flash for the basic attack. Let me know if I'm doing anything wrong, by the way. If you can backseat game me a bit if I'm doing something majorly wrong. But I mean, I feel like there's not much to do wrong. Okay, what? Eh? Jeez. Maybe bot lane? I'll go for the... okay. This character goes crazy. What? Why have I played this earlier? Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Overlord and Tyrant
Very
have
interesting for
fallen.
sure.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving
But the
out.
basic actually does a lot of damage though. Can I dash over this? I can't dash over voids? Okay. Good to know. So I enhance one ability, I can use it, I can use one of the other abilities again instantly as well afterwards?
An enemy has been slain.
Is that correct? Like, it's kinda... Or is it because I hit enemies? Or I hit enemies, I get cooldown reduction, right? Maybe. You can spam this like crazy. I guess that does a bit more burst damage, that one, maybe?
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a
Why did no one tell me about this character? This is exactly what I like playing. Huh? Why did no one tell me about this? I should watch Kamiro. Kamiro plays this.
team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yo!
Slain an enemy. Ally has been slain. An killing spree.
Forehead flash, okay. No, I've never tried this character. I only went in like in practice mode, but not in a real game.
An enemy has been slain.
Lol.
Double kill.
Lol. I need blue buff. I'm gonna get blue buff. Oh, how can I flash? Can I flash like and then like I can probably make some flash plays happen, right? With my skill 1. Or not? Kind of like an insect or something?
Unstoppable. Double kill. Triple kill.
Okay, shit.
An enemy has been slain. An ally.
Take blue? I'm doing it. I'm taking blue, don't worry. But, like, it's a bit awkward though. How many more? How many more people, man? Come on.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Guys, don't say these things on my chat. Let YouTube believe this is a regame, okay? Come on. Come on, Twitch
Your
chat.
team has destroyed a turret.
Be smarter. Otherwise I have to censor you guys out.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving out.
It's a bit weird though, I feel like it doesn't hit sometimes.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed
Jeez.
You have slain. Double kill.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna play some more Gun and Mo. Definitely. What?
Victory.
Yeah, but guys, there's a chat up here, man. You guys have to stop. There's a chat up here. Definitely replayers, guys, definitely. What are these for? But I don't know. What are these for? What do I do with these? But where do I exchange them? Where do we exchange these? Yeah, but where? Here? Where do you exchange them? It was right there? Huh? Here? This one? Eh? Oh! Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, okay, I see. Lol. Yeah. There's so many diamonds, but like, I don't want anything in this. I don't understand the shop right here. I don't understand this one. Match. Match. Match! Is that 200, right? Do I even want the skin? I do want the skin, right? But the Mulan skin is sick, actually. But I don't want to play Mulan, so... But the skin is... I mean, what is... Look at this, man. What is going on? Bro. Jesus. You don't like this skin right here? I mean, is there ever going to be new skins being added towards here or not? Does anyone know? Will they add new skins towards this section too? Does anyone know? Yeah, but I have a better Lady Sun skin, so... I have a better Lady Sun skin. This one's kinda like, nah. I got the dragon one. I got this one. This one is crazy. Yeah, I don't want either of these. No, I don't want this. Maybe I still buy it anyways. For the other stuff you get in it. You have to understand that Honor of Kings is the biggest game in China, or like the biggest mobile game in China. That's what you have to understand. It is the biggest game in China, but like it's been out there for 8 years. That's what you need to understand.
He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the express.
It's the biggest game in China.
Vanguard suits, they fall, and his influence will rage.
And China is also big in mobile gaming in general. Plus, yeah.
Fearless esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle.
Side of chaos, and down goes a John Face. So there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? He does go over to the side.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back. It is the Honor of Kings Championship EMEA
Welcome
play-ins, and we are in day number 1. Now we're going to be going to our last game of the day, Major Pride, going up against Virtus Pro. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. Blam, how are we doing today?
Yeah, really good. I mean, it's been a bit of a clean sweep for Team Vitality. Not quite as convincing as I thought it would have been. I think they've had a lot more challenge than they were probably expecting because they've had 2 games. It's gone the full country mile, right? So, hey, there's still way more improvement to be done for Team Vitality, especially if this is already giving up a little bit of a difficulty within this stage, right? Because, I mean, getting to Indonesia,
Nadari, 40 months, thank you.
That's going to be a whole another kettle of fish.
Oh yeah, but so far I like the performance, right? 4 wins, 2 points. Now they are standing atop the table, and this is going to be the last game of the day. This is going to set the stage, right? Do we see a shake-up in the table because one of these teams needs to get a 2-0 to at least have a shot of competing against Vitality tomorrow in terms of points?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying, if one of these teams able to get, if this ends in a 2-1, it's great for one of the teams, but it's also great for Team Vitality because towards the end, if we assume that Team Vitality take another 2-0 day, it means that
tomorrow we have the same thing again.
Winning differentials. So if there is a tiebreaker, it's all based on how many games you've won rather than the overall points.
They play each other more tomorrow one more time.
If one of these teams take a 2-1 here, it's a good thing for Vitality, but a good thing for the team in terms of where they want to stand in the competition, I guess.
Okay, so 20-minute plus break. Do you think that's enough time for the teams to kind of recollect themselves and go into this game with a strong confidence?
Well, I mean, both of these teams haven't played against each other yet, so there's a lot of unknown. There's probably maybe even more potential for these 2 teams to maybe scrim together in the past 24 hours. Already, Virtus Pro...
this is only Europe right now. This is the European qualifier. So the winner of this represents Europe or EMEA.
Yep, I like
at the
fact that
championship, the $1 million championship next month.
Of Major Pride, and it looks like VP are absolutely ready for it. Now they will pick up the Yuhuan as the first pick. This will probably go into the hands of Vex. Nonetheless, it is a flex pick.
We'll stand a bit, guys, if that's okay.
Some may say it's a flex pick, but I call it a Vex pick. It could obviously, like you say, be a Prince pick too, but we shall have to wait to see how this rest of the VP falls through. But banning out the Mai Shiranui and the Ali are a good picks. We don't know if Prince goes for those conventionally, but I think just overall, just an unspoken rule, Mai Shiranui ban always seems to be a huge priority because, again, high frame rate hero, a lot of damage, a lot of sneakiness, a lot of burst is something you don't really want to be coming up against somebody when they can play it very well.
Yep, exactly. It is an enabling pick, right? So if you get the lead onto the Mai Shiranui, it obviously will trickle down into effect for the other lanes as well. It gives you a very strong start. And
sending heroes.
Here, if you give them a strong start, they tend not to let go. And of course, that's a risk that no one wants to take. So it is going to be the first few bans coming out. But Yuhuan coming into play into the gorge of this first game of the best of 3 series. Will we see a Musashi come through? Algren, I think standard pick coming out from Major Pride. Going to be paired up with the Elaine and the Dolia as well.
Yes, banning out the
I also got to walk, like I could walk. I could literally walk right now. I have a walking pet.
So that's going to be double death on Sunset,
do some walking.
We know is a crucial combo on the Gorge. We've seen it many times, even within the Americas regions and even
Ganamo banned, guys.
They ban out the Ganamo, ban out
Ganamo just got banned.
So again, some little pocket picks that they are definitely aiming and doing their own works on both.
Just got banned. They saw me play it. They were like, wow, he was destroying those bots, man.
Right, Garimo, of course, very huge burst in her kit itself. And it's quite difficult to play against when that particular hero has the lead. Now, interesting that they are banning out all of the huge burst potential heroes. Likewise, the Angela is taken out to play from the side of VP as well.
Yes, the Lady Chen does come through. However, though, so again, some destructive deluges coming through. Hopefully a little bit more better than how they were in game 1 against Team Vitality, right? There were plenty of that 6-minute game. Didn't see many destructive deluge comes through for the side of Lady Chen. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this against Virtus Pro. But the Sunbeam coming through is a great counter engage mechanic, but also a great engage tool, right? That movement speed increase, the time lapse coming through for the silence when you think the enemy team's going to go in. Really good against the Lady Gen, but we're getting a spicy Yao pick and a Suya pick on the side.
Zuya, as that's how it's pronounced, Zuya.
I like it. It's commitment without overcommitment, right? So Yao, of course, with the ultimate, will be able to reverse time, go back into his original positions 2 seconds before. And I think this could be a play that catches Major Pride by surprise. Bear in mind, this is also paired up, complemented by the Zhang Ziya pick.
Yeah, also that, and it's going to be in the clash lane, right? So the only time we've seen Yao was when it was, I believe, next Ruya, and they played it in the jungle. It was Atix that picked it up, I believe it was. So to see it in the clash lane, it's going to be a little bit of a change of pace, but from my ranked games, I know that it can go in the clash lane and it can do very well as long as you get a solid start.
Yep, exactly. And you know what? It is taking much of the risk out in a
1v1
situation because the damage that 3005 is going to take is going to be delayed by a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit with 3005 going up against Shizuki, but I can imagine that Shizuki knows that
so
kind
fun.
of knowledge, right? He knows that he can't let Yao get ahead.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now this is going to be a very important marker. The first 3 minutes of the game normally sets the stage and the tone, so we'll see who's able to
Lady Sun
a
mid, yeah.
clear lead in the first 3 minutes.
We're just contesting wave clear.
Yeah, interestingly, they've gone for the smite with the Dolia this time instead of any kind of flash, so she can get out of there just in case she gets cornered in any kind of predicament against a Virtus Pro. But they go for the double smite just in case.
I feel the living between like solo queue and tournaments is so difficult. Like, how do you learn this in solo queue to like this doesn't work, right?
I like this, right? So Virtus Pro, they're gonna
like the difference between solo queue and tournaments in this game is it's just a crazy difference.
Allow Prince to level up much faster. But
how do you even learn this?
A little bit of
like,
map control at this point, right? And you will see the.
If you want to go from solo queue to tournaments, I feel like you would be so overwhelmed, right?
Yeah, it's not enough for him to recall. He's able to get that honeydew fruit there.
I tried in May, it was a disaster. But again, I mean, I kind of.
Just a neck and neck early game.
It was a rough, man.
1 minute 32 in. Not a lot going on for VP against MP.
Yeah, but the invasion
has
come in for the side of Major Pride, right? So they have taken away the Tusk boar camp.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Do I mean?
Advantage that could net them the win in a first team fight within the first 3 minutes.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
gold lead though, it's not really reflecting that much too, though, because they are only 200 gold ahead. So I don't think it's going to be the be-all, end-all here for VP. But there we go, the Conductor of Souls comes through. Alimsky does able to gain a lot more health from
because
that,
you have to rotate so much with your jungler and like clear waves together and then invade together, and like you can't do that without communication either with the randoms.
Yeah, and you
like there's so much rotating together, so much taking camps together, clearing waves together. Like, what do you mean?
It's not going to be a good sign for the side of Major Pride. So you can definitely see
it is such a difference.
Some advantages going for them, but right now it's still too even to make that difference just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. It's still.
Oh, you're generally asking. Oh, sorry.
Until another 82 seconds.
I thought you like.
I think that's where
I thought you're memeing me or something.
May kind of come into place for either of these teams. We could see either
I thought you're memeing me.
Increase from the Tyrant or the.
Was that something you would do?
On the back foot, but
let's be honest.
Vex having to be put away there because he's taken a lot of damage, but also has Kinesis and Alimsky. They can't be too overzealous with this engage.
Okay, I like this rotations by Major Pride, right? So Lady Chen definitely does well against Mac in the lane simply because her wave is slightly faster compared to what Mac offers on the Lung. At the same time, they're funneling the farm into Kinesis, and that's going to make a big difference because he's going to hit his item timings much earlier.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, the late game hero, Lady Sun, there we go. We get the ultimate.
Who's a good fast to win here? I don't know. Who do we want to win? I'm not even sure.
Keeping him away from this mid lane, which enables Alimsky to take some of that farm, which is just going to make sure that he's able to get the itemization he needs.
Who do we want to win?
Yeah, and you can actually also see, right? So Grizzly Q with the time flux, it buys a little bit of health and time. But we see first engage of the map, maybe not yet.
No, not quite. Yeah, I don't think that without these minions here that they are going to take a fight, but there is going to be trading blows from a distance there. We do see Mac taking more of those flaming palms into the backside of the Dolia, but hey, that's the beauty of Dolia, right? She can jump into a pool and heal herself.
Dolia
Objectives are
is
up
so
in
broken.
1 second. We do get a knock up onto Kinesis there, but we are seeing Suzuki is getting
so
rotated down to
broken.
the Tyrant as well. They are looking to commit to this Tyrant. A bit of a team fight main shoe.
Big team
Vex
fight?
getting a little bit too caught in deep there. The Death on Sunset does come through. It means that we are getting 2
crazy
Deaths
how
on
popular
Sunset
Juan is now.
straight onto Vex. The double kill does come through. Well, double kill, no. The first blood comes through for Major Pride, but they
VP
are
have fun teams, so you root for them. Okay, that's fair.
For VP. Are they not
That's
done
fair,
yet?
that's fair.
No, the Flaming Palms do come through. Papa Passing just tries to
Oh,
save Olinsky, but it's not gonna be
Ogren!
enough when there is a 4v1
he goes down.
dive under the turret, and there we go. Lung picking the kill.
Lung gets the
That's a
kill,
big win
man.
for the side of Virtus
Gets the
Pro.
kill, man.
Right now, they're gonna have the slight lead, but they're gonna get the T1 on the bot as well. Not only do they save the Tyrant from being taken from the side of Major Pride, they get the kill
Another
as
6.5
well.
minutes
So it's a
game.
good trade.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Good
very
up.
good trade. I mean, they're able to take the T1, they're able to do a lot of damage and get that secure gold lead as well. Also claiming the neutral objective, it seems here. They don't have Vex nearby, but Yao is going to take it because there is nobody else on the side of Major Pride to contest it. But Suzuki looking for a bit of macro play up into the Clash lane, looking to put some pressure and trying to gain some priority.
Yeah, and one play, that's all it takes, right? So straight away, Mac has recovered from that deficit in farm as well as experience. And here we go, Kashipatir.
Here we go.
Kashipatir getting caught out here, and it is thanks to Grizzly Few having a much
Ba,
better
ba,
game on the
ba.
Sunbin this time around. The time lapse does
I think it's gonna be a
come
stomp.
through there. It is going to be a second kill over to the side of VP.
Can Ogren do
And we're not
anything?
quite
No,
done
wait,
there
wait.
yet.
Oh.
It is 3-0-0
He's dashing?
into the back line there onto the Olympus.
How's the character caught again? I never see him. What's his name again? Some Libby or something? What's his name? The Clash laner of Virtus Pro.
For VP.
Zhao? Oh no, it was Zhao.
Yeah, VP
Was Zhao,
just
yeah,
on
Zhao.
another level so far. 6-1
Zhao.
in the first 6 minutes. This is a
of someone
3,000
else.
goal lead they have acquired for themselves. This is really big.
Yeah, really, really big, right? I mean, considering where they were just about 2 minutes ago, they were
should play Mozilla.
struggling to try and get that goal lead through for them, but they do lay down the universal law coming through for the side of VP, doing a lot of damage onto the lane there, but it's enough to take the T1 into the mid lane, which is a huge opening for the side of Virtus Pro.
Yep, the little things matter, right? So Universal Law, of course, does damage to towers as well. It did make the difference, and now...
But now
Mac,
that I have Gun and
level
More, I
9,
kinda wanna
he's
learn Gun and
leading
More
the charge
properly.
against Kinesis.
Yes, Legion of Charge against Kinesis. He's got the lead that he ever so sought for in this game one. Got to be careful though. His T1 looking mightily low, taking a lot of blows on the side here of Major Pride. Olimsky is on the run once more.
Nah, this game is done,
and then
right?
Kinesis falls down as
Oh,
well.
wait.
Vex into the thick of it.
Vex?
The Undying Sorrow comes through, and then there's this Death on Sunset from the
At least that's a
lane.
kickback.
And with the Dolia, gives over that Celestial Melody, giving him another Death on Sunset and another ultimate.
Yeah, but it's a big trade, right? So VP, they don't mind losing Vex at this point. And you can see 3005, he's fine, totally open, and they have full control of the map during the chaos at the top. Now they've taken a T2 on the bot, and this is a huge map control win for the side of Virtus Pro.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they definitely dominate in the Gorge in game one. What seemed like a little bit of a back and forward dance between these two teams in the early game has now turned into a marching band on the side of VP. They are taking the turrets left, right, and center. The T2 down into the farm lane has been taken out, and it looks like they're going to try and take this one into the mid lane. They have the minions in there. Are they going to be able to wave clear it on the side of Major Pride? Olimsky doing his best there just to make sure that they don't lose another turret.
Yep, right now it's just pressure on all three lanes for the side of Major Pride right now. So Virtus Pro, they do well for themselves. They want to make sure they poke it out. Crimson Gold and going to go into the hands of Vex as well. So taking everything of their choosing for the past 2 minutes or so.
This is what we expected from Vex when he picked up the Hue one before, right? Especially against Team Vitality. You need to be able to get into the enemy jungle, and you have to kind of literally have your way with their gold and with their camps. And right now, you see that their lane is on the run.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, and that's what's so special about the Yao pick, right? So he's able to get in, weave out as well, and it's all for nothing for the side of Major Pride. You can try for this at least once.
Yeah, at least once the 6k gold lead is going ahead.
Wow.
But okay, Shizuki gets the kill onto Grizzly Q. A little bit
Shizuki.
over stepping there into the enemy jungle, and now Major Pride are punishing them for it. It's like, hey, get out of our territory. This is ours.
Nah, it's not really yours, man. No, they again, you know.
Side of Shizuki, because he got the kill at a sliver of a health. While that was a consolation prize, the map is not looking too much in good shape for the side of Major Pride, though.
Yeah, no, there's still a lot of patience and attention needed on the side of Major Pride. They still have the T1 to go through in the mid lane and the farm lane. The Universal Law comes through, but we do see the Smite is able to claim the Tyrant in as well for VP, taking their second neutral objective for themselves.
Yep, this is such a mobile draft coming in from VP, right? They are able to get in.
It's so ridiculous. Seeing the level 16. I know he's not actually level 16, but like, it looks so ridiculous. How long will you stream today? Until this is over, this best of 3, then I'm done for today.
Way too much. A lot of AoE, a lot of damage.
After this best of 3 is done.
3005 doing really well on this Xiao as well, right? He's able to get in, he's very slippery, able to get back out. The T2 does fall into the mid lane there. Alimsky is going down. The Flaming Palms doesn't quite do enough damage onto the Orgren. However,
he levels like crazy. I know he does. I know.
Put a lot more pressure onto Major.
But there's level 16 long as well now.
I'm not sure about you, but if I'm Alimsky, I am shuddering in fear right now. That's a lot of damage coming in.
Oh, huge amounts of damage, but this is what was on about with Mac, right? If he gets the level lead, if he gets the goal lead, it's kind of trouble, right? The Death on Sunset does come through onto Mac.
This could be game, honestly.
Too much damage from Yao. Yao gets the kill.
I always say it's game, and then it's actually not that easy to finish.
Wasted because right now they have the refresh, but he's dead. And this is not the situation that Major Pride was kind of thinking they were going to be in when they came in with this draft.
I mean, if it's anything to go from against Team Vitality, they did the same kind of thing, right? The game 1 wasn't the greatest for them. They came back way stronger in game 2 with a lot more reform fought. But again, Virtus Pro aren't looking for a 2-1, I reckon. I think they're looking for that 2-0. They want to make sure that they're able to go into day 2 with a chance of toppling Team Vitality. And with a solid game for them, Yao into the back line there. A lot of damage going on to Kinesis, and that's really where you want to be owning that focus,
right? They're not gonna risk it.
Yep, with a snap of the fingers, VP take 2 tier 3 turrets of the base on the side of
just risk it, do it for content, lol.
Items 9.2 thousand gold into the pocket of Mac. He is pretty much close to that 5th core item, which is going to be a siege breaker. And even without it, he's already doing so much damage against the likes of Alimsky, who is meant to be the tank.
Yeah, I mean, the resources are definitely going over to the right people on the side of VP, right? And they're looking to just take more than what they actually need. They are claiming all the neutral objectives for themselves. Max looking to start here. The Shadow Tyrant for VP, another damage buff.
I would dive that Crystal, right? I mean, I would.
Damage, right?
But you guys know I don't care if I die or not in this game.
But now,
you guys know I don't care what happens to me.
It's going to be a tough situation because VP, they're going to start pushing for more, right? At this point, Alimsky doesn't even have the Blood Rage. It's really difficult for him to take a fight.
I go in and either enemies go down or I go down.
VP to get a kill like that.
Yeah, VP able to get the kill with the infinite vastness to get out of there as well. The minions are at the crystals. The Death on Sunset is going to come through to try and disperse the side of VP of going in onto the crystals. Universal Law is laid down by the Suya. We also get a lot of damage going onto Orgrim, but you can kind of see Mac up into the clash lane, looking to force their third and final tier turret in that clash lane, which would be huge for the side of VP, being able to open up their base.
Trees down.
There we go. Flaming Palms come through, connects a lot
There's
of
a matter of time now. Just a matter of time.
Untouchable. That's the status that VP are at right now. Virtus Pro just all over the place. And at this point, you know what? Alimsky, he's looking to go into the seared state, but he's getting seared on the pan.
Yes, plenty of searing across the gorge for the side of Virtus Pro. They are the searers. They're not being seared. They are the searers. And right now, we're seeing a little bit of a Waiting, Yao in the bush, right? He's waiting to dictate this macro play into the farm lane. I mean, they don't need to be too kind of overconfident on the side of Virtus Pro because they don't want to be too virtuous. Because if they do, they may get taken advantage for by Major Pride. We saw them come back before at this point with no higher ground turrets and able to get a Tempest Dragon. So they're still in it for now.
Yep, so looking for the reach here. It is a good start.
Yeah, the Destructive Deluge does come through, but the Undying Sorrow does come through as well. But a Universal Law being laid down to get some law in order on the Gorge. Alimsky taking a lot of damage. The Constructor of Souls ain't going to do any conducting for now. Ultima Shell doesn't quite hit with Lady Sun as well, but it's enough to keep away those creeps, which is all Major Pride have got to do.
Yep, so right now, Virtus Pro, you know they're in control in the driver's seat as well. They're going to start roaming around the map, start working on this Shadow Overlord as well. So that's the next marker they'll be looking to achieve. You know, Major Pride, at this point, I'm unsure if they will be able to withstand this pressure though.
Yeah, I don't think they will, man.
Yes, let's see if they can. If the heat is too much, get out the kitchen. Right now, Major Pride are down one member, which is Alimsky, which, more importantly, is the Organ, right? He's meant to be there. He's meant to be the front line, being able to soak the damage and also be able to deal out and dish out some pressure onto the side of Virtus Pro, but it just doesn't seem to be happening for themselves.
Yeah, Kashi, but here, maybe getting that Celestial Melody onto important outs.
Wait, I just realized now that Zia's playing the gold item, the support item. I just realized that now.
I mean, there we go. Laying on the law once more for the side of Virtus Pro. They have the minions, they have the Vanguards. The Shadow Vanguard has been a little bit of a standstill right now. It looks like he's going through some kind of quality control. He's pretty much stopped, but now, hey, it's steaming right through is the Shadow Overlord, but they have to kind of take the fight a little bit back here, try and reset. Yao is looking a little bit too lost in the source there. None of his teammates are around him. They're not going to go for the crystal just yet. Going into the 16-minute mark, VP not quite finishing off this game one.
Yeah, Major Pride, they survive, right? At this point, it's a good survival instinct that saved the game.
Is that not the support item? It's like,
every single ultimate,
it's the icon for it, no? For like the one that
took a
kind of like XP share, not?
This next one, it might be the one that kind of sets.
I thought it was, but maybe I'm wrong.
Here, if they don't go for this fight, it could prove to be good for the side of Major Pride. I don't think they want to afford a loss in a team fight at this moment.
Yeah, no, even though they got the double smite, they aren't going to look for the confident play of trying to take that crucial kill theft. But hey, you've got to try and cut your losses.
Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow, yes.
Right? And
same as today.
Looking to
same
try
schedule.
And do the best they can do with what they have, and they don't really have a lot, right? When we think about it, they're 11k gold behind the kills. They are down by 9, and then at the same time, they rarely have any dominance on that map. T1s are still up for the side of Virtus Pro. So now we have that Shadow Tyrant. We could be seeing a last team fight here.
Yep, and we have Mac 6 slotted. Oh, look at the damage onto Red Cutie as well.
Actually,
yes,
game now.
Does come through, saving Red QT just for a little while, but that
surely this has to be it.
Like it's going to open up any second now.
Wait, Zhao, Resurrection?
Thanks to the Hugh Huan, so Vex getting the kill on the board. That is a double kill going over to
there we go.
Attack, and we are getting a
and the stopping already, yeah, they finally did it.
Pro in game 1.
Clean game from the side of Virtus Pro. This is what we wanted to see in the first game of the day as well. Virtus Pro finally hit their form, and they are just the better team at this point, suffocating the likes of Major Pride out of game number 1.
Yeah, no, it wasn't as strong as obviously Team Vitality's game 1 against Major Pride, but it's still a very strong game. They had all the leads, they had everything going for them on the side of Virtus Pro. So knowing they can do it and knowing they can beat Major Pride, I think is going to be a huge positive increase in their mental state right now, knowing that they could take a 2-0 and still have a strong footing going into day 2.
Yeah, that's a good start, right? And you could definitely see the thought process behind the draft on the side of VP, and it makes a lot of sense. The Time Flux saves so much health away. They have the heals coming in from the Yuan as well. So, and this provides a lot of
people would have won twice, but I mean, that's not fair, man. You can't
space, and my god, the Flaming Palms were just too painful, even for Alimsky.
Yes, the flaming palms was causing sweaty palms on the side of Major Pride. There was a lot of damage going over there. We can see from his itemizations, the Eternity Blade, the Axe of Torment, the Daybreaker, the Master Sword, the Siege Breaker, really showing that when he used those flaming palms, Mac was able to do pretty much anything that he could put his mind to.
Yep, exactly. Itemization-wise, really enabled the team. And take a look at the total damage dealt. And Mac is the one that is second to Prince. Okay, Prince was dealing the most amount of hero damage, 159,000. He was just all over the place. The universal law is unignorable here.
Yeah, definitely put some law in order in on the Gorge this time around for VP. I believe we saw it against... was it? Yeah, it was against Team Vitality as well. So they clearly like this pick in the mid lane. So, hey...
Do I have this incurved point on your head caused by the headset? No, my headset is like very light.
Looking at that gold graph, you can see that it was heavily.
So I don't think I have a dent in my head. Is that what you're asking?
But here is a few of the highlight rolls.
This headset is very like light on the head.
Secure the first blood, but after that point, there was only to claim 2 more kills, right? So for the entire game, they were only able to get 3 kills.
I don't think I have a dent in my head.
Whereas Virtus Pro was able to continue getting those kills, continue getting those objectives, and just continue smashing the game.
Yep, it's a big miscommunication for their first few minutes, right? Because they wanted to go in and they actually ignored the Tyrant at the first stage of the fight. If they had secured it as they chased for the kills, I think it would have made a much different game for the side of VP and Major Pride as well. And once again, when you give the lead to Mac, we've been talking about it all night. The Mac attack is something you cannot discount because the pain is real here. The flaming palms were just all over the place. Too much heat for the side of Major Pride to handle.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mac attack coming through even stronger than it was in the games against Team Vitality, especially that game 2, right? So Mac really putting a staple on his name, putting some respect on that name as well. But Prince is getting the respect of MVP. But you rightfully called it out there, Kin, that he was able to get that 159k damage and a KDA that was quite tasty.
Yep, it's a very clear plan coming out from Virtus Pro, right? How they wanted to enable Prince to give them and bring them to greater heights, because right off the bat, it was a dual lane with the jungler to help him get that EXP and growth as well. With Sanctification, it was made to really work and grow the team to a completely higher level, one which Virtus Pro was untouchable.
Absolutely, but what isn't untouchable is those breaks that we have to take between these games for these teams to just collect themselves and find out what they're going to do going into the next game of the day. So game 2 between Major Pride and VP coming soon. Don't go anywhere, chat.
Oh, this music, man. It's gonna be stuck in my head, like. Whatever. All night it's gonna be like. The entire night. I wake up and sweat, it's gonna be.
Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively, and at this point it is a 1-by-1 they fall.
Duel to death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the
Rhino Rush jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard suits, they fall, and it's Influence Rage. Okay, caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle
Side of Chaos, and down goes a Zhongfei. So there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? It does go over to the side. Rightio, everybody, we are back for what could potentially be the last game between Major Pride and Virtus Pro. After that display, what are we thinking, Ken?
I think there is a very high chance that can happen, but of course, VP, they need to play their cards right. I think they want essentially in the drafting phase. Now, all they have to do is to repeat that performance. Easier said than done.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's always easy to get the ingredients, but to make the cake or make the recipe into a reality is definitely the hardest part, right? It's the love, the tender TLC that these drafts need.
I'm sorry, since when were we taking out my kitchen skills here? I have the right ingredients, but I can never make the correct dish.
Hey, I got cameras in your kitchen, don't worry about it.
Yep, but nonetheless, the ingredients are here, resources have been taken, and it is prime time to get things right. So VP, on the cusp of victory, they will do well to secure themselves a better position in the table if they can get this clean 2-0 against Major Pride.
Yeah, but it's like I was saying previously, Major Pride had the same kind of thing against Team Vitality, right? Like, they were having issues in game 1. I mean, it's a pretty big issue, right? Losing at 6 minutes, but
Have it turned off? I do, yeah.
Something that they learned from. They were able to go from
Thank you, Ning, for the 25 months.
all the way to the other, which was into the Tempest Dragon. Pretty much, I think it was one Tempest Dragon. I think it was towards the end of it anyway, but still, you know what I'm on about. One extreme to the other. That is the good thing about Major Pride and the versatility of this team that's still quite fresh in their development. This is just all learning to them, and they always come back stronger.
Yeah, but one thing I want to highlight is I think, you know, VP have taken a page out of the Major Pride book, which is the unorthodox, unconventional picks as well. So I'm curious to see if VP is going to put up that similar performance. And based on what we have in the ban pick phase, I think this is looking like a pretty strong Major Pride game.
Yeah, you get the Masashi pick there, so great counter for the Orgrin. You get the Zhongfei, which is one of Kashi Batir's biggest picks. You also get Ali, which when we saw Kinesis on the Ali against Shanks's Lung, it didn't go too great, but it also it has a lot of sort of momentum. This hero just needs the right resources, and Major Pride can do it. We've seen it once, we can see it again.
Oh yeah, for sure. Kinesis, I think he's a great player, right? So having the RD, I think in terms of laning phase, it will do well against the Lung, but it really is also about the neutral objectives. We have seen how important that first neutral objective is. VP, of course, hit the mark. Even though they lost the Yuan in the first part of the fight, they got the kill onto the respective Orgrin and as well as taking the neutral objective. So this could be a big moment for the side of Major Pride if they could do this.
Musashi made it.
Yeah, the Shuangsu ban
Minky
here
and
makes a
Ogren,
lot of
so
sense, right?
Clash Lane
Especially
Ogren?
when you've picked Masashi, because
Or is
if
it
that
Clash Lane
butterfly
Minky?
effect comes through and the CC immunity comes through, your duel at death is not going to be knocking anybody up anytime soon. So I think that was a great
Well, the World Championship is the World Championship in this game this year will be China has their own one, and then there's one without China.
So
there's a global championship that doesn't have China in it, and then China's their own thing. I think they realized after the last one that it doesn't make sense to play, you know, to match other regions against China. I think it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Last game.
It's a bit too
I like
one-sided.
the fact that you brought that up. You know what? Gun and More
It just doesn't quite work.
well in this draft.
Maybe in like 6
regardless of
years
which
from now.
side they are going to be on, right? Gun and More, of course, it's a couple duo
even
here,
then, like,
husband and wife, as they take the
no
stage
chance.
on the gorge. But it looks like VP gonna play a little more defensive in nature for the side of Princess Frost, right? They want to have the winter is here that could be used defensively as well. But more importantly, I think it fits very well into the aggressive synergy of Virtus Pro's draft.
They do go for the high no as well. So again, it's a good burst. It's a good range as well. Kind of makes up for the Ganemo pick not coming through, but the burst of the Ganemo would be a lot better
Looking
for
for
them.
full
You
blue
can kind of
team?
see why they go for the high no, right? There's a little bit more mobility, a little bit more error correction.
They want a
in
blue
terms
character
of
they can
Faith
pick?
recall, and then you've also got the Scepters of Fate that can just do so much damage. But then they lock it in with the Main towards the end there, so Shizuki is not getting that lane pick. No, he's going for Main.
Yeah, you know what? It forces VP into a very peculiar position, right? Because if you have an even game, Heino is going to do well, right? He's going to be able to tank through your damage because they don't have the burst damage on the side of VP.
the left comp
if you're
looks
on equal
scary.
terms. And in order
But I mean,
for
both
VP
comps look
to
fine.
overpower the likes of the
Sunbin.
Heino, they need to have an absolute
Like, left
commanding
time comp
lead.
looks
And I think that's the
super
game plan
scary.
here for Major Prime, right? Let's keep it even. If we can have the advantage, that'll be great. But even with an even game, they have the advantage in terms of being less susceptible to the burst.
Yeah, I mean, the Sunbin coming through for Grizzly Q. It's not been his best performance in terms of heroes, right? Like, he probably performed the best on the Zhongfei, but he's gone for the Sunbin more times out of 10. So it's clearly a decision that the team want to go for in terms of the counter engage, but also that damage over time, right? So they want to just try and make this Sunbin pick work.
Yep, it's a very rush-down heavy draft, right? So you expect that once Prince lands that Frigid Prison, definitely it's going to be piling of bodies from the side of VP that try and get the kill onto Major Prime. So I think Major Prime will do well for themselves to just identify where Prince is, because that will be a big condition on whether they can turn the fights around or not.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that the Princess Frost pick works out for Prince, because the last time he picked it, it didn't go too well for him, right? Like, who's always kind of like playing on the behind. The Winter's Come-ins was actually like landing the way they needed to. So right now you can kind of see that that's where they're going, right? They want to kind of perfect these picks, especially within the competitive scene. But
are they sweating? I mean, let me see. What is Abu Dhabi weather right now?
Right, so we see that BP
it's probably pretty warm, right? Yeah.
Pick once more.
Extreme heat in Abu Dhabi.
In game one. Not too sure.
Extreme heat. Well, I mean, I assume they have air conditioning, but still, would still of course be too warm.
It can cause some like trouble.
Well, I've seen they're sweating because the characters they
picked. Able to
picked.
catch up with him once he was
In where Abu Dhabi?
I think they're really confident about the draft, right? Theory-wise, Kinesis should not lose to the Loom in lane. He should do well against Mac, especially with the the usage of the Maple Dance as well. At the same time, they have Red QD, right? So they aren't
37 degrees there.
Taking long-winded fights with VP, because the longer the fight goes, the more pain Red QD becomes, as long as he lands these Scepters of Fate.
Yeah, he's actually gone for the cleanse as well, which is
you don't know where that is?
Towards the normal dash through for the side of Major Pride. A little bit more of a defensive common spell, right? Going for the cleanse just in case he gets hit with any of those CC on the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, because he needs a tank. There's not enough tank ability on the side of Major Pride. You can't expect Alimsky to kind of tank through the damage. He's expected to go on a 1v1 against the Mankey or Trio 05.
Yeah, true. I mean, they do have a solid front line, though, so I feel like the Hino would probably be much better with just staying behind the Zhang Fei, the Mai Yin, and also the Musashi at most points in this game, right? Because he's able to throw the scepters, just able to do the damage, and then allow Musashi.
Have you never heard of
or Mai
Abu
Yin to
Dhabi
get in there and
before?
clean up.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
So at this point, pretty
But it's
even.
in the
Both
desert,
teams
that's all you have
just
to
hit
know.
the 7K goal mark, and based on what's happening thus far, I think both game plans haven't been really showing their merits just yet, right? Nobody's making that overstepping of boundaries. They're still trying to find, okay, what's a suitable opening? Or do we just wait for that first neutral objective?
I mean, that's where it all kind of took place in the last game, right? It was just before the neutral objective where we saw Olimsky get the first kill onto the side of
I mean, definitely air conditioning,
Virtus Pro,
definitely.
but I'm sure this time around the Virtus Pro is probably looking for that first blood.
Let's see where
for himself,
Musashi's
because
always
that
bent.
extra little bit of tasty gold, right? And it puts you and sets you up for those neutral objective team fights a little easier.
Yeah, and based on what's happening here, I kind of, maybe it's just my understanding of it. Grizzly Q, why he's not taking a knowledge gem. They want to rush this Dawn Knight, right? They want him to get as much farm as possible. And that will make them tank a little bit more, Red Cutie!
Yes, the
And full HP again.
rewind does come through there, so
He goes again.
saving Rig Cutie's life there, but we see that
Bro, I
Vex
find
is
it so
going in for a
disgusting how much
second
Virtus
win,
Pro
but that
finance their
means
jungler.
Olimsky
It is so
and,
annoying. I
Kashi
hate watching it,
are
actually.
able to recuperate into the
It's
mid
funny
lane
that
and give
jungler
him some
every single
support here,
game.
but we have 4 members of the side of Virtus Pro looking to sit around here while we see that the neutral objectives are now going to spawn. So already we see Monkey, we see Prince, we see Grizzly Crew already going down to the Tyrant, and nicely done by Kinesis, getting the first blood onto Max. So yes, if they're able to claim this Tyrant, it's going to make that first blood even so much sweeter. And there we go. First blood meaning the world to Major Pride.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we expect out of them, right? They have so many conditions that technically should allow them to take the lead. They have a double smite, they have the range advantage, and the Maple Dance coming in to kind of win in the 1v1s for the farm lane at least, right? So at this point, I think Major Pride, they're doing exactly what needs to be done. And based on what's happening, it will be great.
Whoa,
That's
what a
how they
start.
got it.
Whoa.
Okay, it was the combination
And now we have
of the
replays?
unbridled
Okay.
outbursts as well.
Yeah, Unbridled Outburst coming through, getting the stun onto the Lung, with then obviously opening it up for Kinesis to get the kill, which is first blood in true fashion for Major Pride in both of these games in the series. Yes, they may have not won game 1, but at least they're following suit.
Yeah, and this is where you see, right, the value of Red Cutie. So Red Cutie, the amount of damage he's able to soak before he gets killed off is an indicator on the side of how well Major Pride is doing. Because when they can't burst down this Hano on the side
MP wins you have a third game?
they
Yes.
can't burst down the rest of the members on the side of Major
So
Pride.
should we be rooting for Virtus Pro?
Yeah, I suppose we have to wait till these team fights do take place for us to find those little niggly details out, right? We see that Vex is in the mid lane with Princess Frost.
I'm looking bad for Virtus Pro right now.
Over to the side of Major Pride. So Major Pride not letting
Another
them have
another
an easy
Kefali.
game 2 from them.
Another
once
one for
more. They
Ali.
really want to make sure that they go the distance with this one.
Is Vex
Olimsky
fine?
going in onto Vex here. Vex able to escape thanks to
I'm surprised we saw like a full damage Minky
Minky
earlier. Like he just had.
They're kind of closing in towards
He had a crit item too,
mid-game
right?
build already on the side of Major Pride. Let's take a look at how that happened once again.
I definitely prefer the more tankier
Yeah, there we
version,
go.
or like
We
the
had
Bruiser version.
Deflon's Dueler Death come through, able to just kind of slow down the side of Virtus Pro, which then enables once more Kinesis to get the kill, which is where you want those resources to go, right? You want it to go all over to the Ali.
Yeah, and perfect timing on
But the mid
side
lane of Virtus
Major
Pro
Pride,
is
right?
always
Because,
so starved. Like he's literally just
3005
he's
on that
just
Augur
someone
Magnon.
following
There's
around the
quite a bit of
jungler the
damage
entire
being done
game.
onto Kashibuki
Bro, I would
here.
hate having to play this role.
Yeah, quite a lot of damage. He's able to get out though, so that's the main part for Major Pride. They're able to
He
damage
runs
that
after his
T1 into
jungler
the
like a good boy
farm lane,
the entire
a
game.
lot right now, so a lot of damage for the side of Major Pride.
Yes, one more mini wave for you,
This
sir.
could be, potentially
Yes, I'm gonna
a
help you
bad
with the
thing for them
jungle
here.
camp.
Kinesis
Yes,
may
another
get
mini wave for
the,
you, sir.
Paracel does get caught there,
Oh
but
my.
it is going to be a save from Kashibatir, and this is why you don't let this player get the Zhang Fei, because now that Kinesis is with Kashi, he's able to do a lot
I think the
of
mid lane
things.
of Virtus Pro would even give him his
That was
house
a
keys
big
if he asked
bait.
for
Now,
it
Red
to his
Cutie
jungler.
maybe baiting in as well, 2-on-1. Can they? No, they're not going to commit for this. But yeah, there was a huge bait play by Kinesis, knowing that his support was hiding in the other side of the jungle.
Kind of like trying to bait them into, like he was acting as if he was being baited, but he actually was the one baiting them. So a little bit of a switcheroo there. Well played by Major Pride, just showing that they're not a bad team. They are a really good team. They just have plenty to learn from game one, right? Like that's the unfortunate reality of where they are as their identity, like especially against some of these teams like Virtus Pro and Team Vitality. They struggle in game one, but they get a greater sense of their enemies in game two.
Yeah, really impressive run so far. They might look for something here, but I don't think Red Cutie is going to be threatened at all. At this point, you know, you can't even make Red Cutie freak out to use that Fate Rewind. It's not a good sign for you at VP at all. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Take a look at the growth of items. The Musashi Alimsky is the scary one at this part, because he already has the Blazing Cape along with the Frostguard Embrace. That's going to lower down the health regeneration, armor regeneration from the side of VP as well.
Yeah, it's also going to slow down the side of VP, right? Those basic attacks are now going to be given some slow, but here we are, a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a tussle here in the mid lane. Just make sure that Red QT does not get caught out here. The Winter is coming his place down a little bit premature there, just to make sure they're able to freeze that
This Mankey's on level 13, he is scary.
The second turret is up on the Gorge.
Am I quit? I'm not quit now.
If Virtus Pro is able to claim a neutral objective for themselves, looking to cut off the Shizuki in the mid lane there, and that's a 4v1 dive onto Shizuki, so that really shows you how much problem Shizuki can be. But here we go.
What?
It does go over
support
to
smite
Major
away.
Pride,
You have a
getting the
jacket on?
objective. We did see that 3005
I'm wearing
was
merch.
trying to steal it. The favorite one comes through.
Look.
Okay, so it's still a big win, right, for the side of Major Pride, because they didn't lose too much. Losing the
Also, I mean,
Marine, a small trade.
today it's
I'll
like-
take that any day.
I'm wearing a jacket because
Absolutely. I
it's
mean, it'd be
13
nice
degrees
to
outside and I
not
had my window
lose
open
the
earlier.
lane, but hey, you gotta
I'm not
pick your
necessarily
losses when you
cold,
need
but
to,
like, it's
especially
not
when
warm
those
either.
tyrants are up for grabs,
So,
right?
I can wear a
in
jacket.
The brush here, just waiting for that
It's
mini wave
13
to come through.
outside.
But hey, Alimsky truly activating there with a reactionary play, just making sure that he cuts down that mini wave. But right now, we see that Vex, Grizzly Q, and Prince are all in this mid wave, just trying to get this T1 in the mid lane.
Yep, and this is where the strength of Major Pride really shows. They're pulling VP all across the map. Limsky probably dead
that's
here.
huge kill
Will
for
give up
VP.
his life, but to take a T1 on the bot, take the Tyrant, and I think it's a good win for the side of Major Pride. They're still having
Mickey has so much
decent
good.
control, but
So much
it's
money.
getting a little bit shaky at this point.
Oh?
Yeah, you
Not
kind of don't want to
close.
be a little bit overconfident going into the enemy jungle, right? They're still going to be very strong. They're still going to be very powerful. They're
Wrap
not
around.
very much behind in gold. The outburst does come through there.
How
from
broken
the
is Zhang Fei, by the way? Like, what is the support?
To the Lung, but Zhang Fei can't do the
How is
damage
it okay
at this
for him to
point,
be so
right?
tanky?
Especially comparing to what Lung can do to you. But right now, we see that Vex is sitting in the bush here with the monkey. Bubbles do come through. He hasn't used the dream roll just yet. The time lapse does come through with that counter engage, just keeping the side of Major Pride away from VP.
Yep, it's a constant wrestle, right? At this point, 10.5 minutes in, the shadow versions of the neutral objectives are here. Once again, they're going to try. Alimsky maybe trying a little bit too hard, maybe getting caught.
Yes, no, Red's
I
a
know.
little bit too lost into it. The damage has
What?
come through from the Lung.
I mean,
as
it's
well.
good.
The
Let's go.
flaming
Yeah, keep
palms
doing this.
take down not only Hino,
doing this,
but
man.
also the T1 in the mid lane, really opening up those weaknesses to Major Pride.
Yep, and now the gold is
Keep doing
dead
it.
even, right? Maybe
One more.
slightly in favor on the side of VP, but that was a huge mistake.
I don't know
A
who is better late
small
game.
test of strength turns
I really
into
can't, I
a
don't know.
big reality change for the side of Major Pride.
Yep, reality check for Major Pride right now as Alimsky is on the run as well as Zhang Fei. But hey, the Shadow Tyrant is up. It is looking like it could be a Virtus Pro Shadow Tyrant.
Kashibatir, he may
Steal
be able
again?
to change
Steal
the fate
again?
of the team though.
Support steer, he's
Yeah,
jumping
he
in.
could dive in with the smite. He does dive in. The
they might just burst it down. Oh, this looks bad for Virtus Pro.
The
support is just finishing the Tyrant.
They're looking to still focus.
And he gets it again.
Shadow Tyrant, and it is
Bro.
going to be Kashi Batir that takes the kill, a crucial kill theft as well in the,
The support
jungle.
is just
so
in
not
the
only do
pit,
they
it
get the
does the-
kill onto Grizzly, they
The
get
Tyrant
the
alone.
Grizzly Shadow Tyrant.
Yep, this is a big win for the side of Major Pride, right? And this is what you're talking
What a
to me
character,
about.
what a hero.
I like this play by Kashibatir. That's what you need to do as a Zhang Fei, especially when you have a smite. He does not have a lot of itemization, but one basic core item is enough. That's the Radiance for the slow and the damage, along with the Blazing Cape, right? That allows him to sustain a little bit, and you can see the world difference is making. A limb strike, 2-on-1.
Musashi.
Yes, 2-on-1 happening up into the clash lane. We do see Orgren gets the kill onto Olimsky though, so a little bit overzealous there in terms of that commitment of the engage there. Mac would have been pretty much a
it's going to be a long game, I feel
I'm
like.
not too sure what he was thinking there going into the clash lane against the Orgren. We do see that we are... Kinesis is getting that
Are they looking at the Overlord? They don't have the debuff now, because that was the other one,
into the
I
farm
guess.
lane, as we are seeing that Shadow Overlord looking to take place here.
Oh, CrisHeroes, this is a moment for greatness. He will not do it.
Yeah, no, he stole one. He's not going to steal two. He doesn't quite have that wind in him, but there we go. Taking the wind out of him is that Conductor's soul, but also taking his soul, as you can see. Zhong Fei on the Gorge still, but in stall form.
Yep, so back and forth once again. This time VP, they secure a decent map control for themselves, right? Now with the Shadow Overlord marching and flying down onto the bot lane,
maybe this
is
could
gonna
be
a
a
big opportunity, and VP do
big
not
push.
want to miss.
Yeah, no, you don't want to miss it. You want to make sure you get the most out of that Shadow Vanguard, especially in terms of taking those T2s in that farm lane. Already, we see that Kinesis is already running away from it. He's like, hey, you can have the T2. I just don't quite want to die just yet, because if I die, that means that the T2 in the mid lane could fall as well. Shizuki taking a few bits of damage there. The Frigid Prison does fall through, but the
that's a bit, I feel like that's very bad ultimate positioning from Princess Frost. Why is it like this?
Fight around the
guess it doesn't
Shadow
matter.
Vanguard there, but still we're seeing that 3005 in his true sense, historically going for those macro plays.
Yep, you know what? He should be renamed to like 007 something. Yeah, 007 to really be a secret agent. He has been hiding in the shadows, getting these sneaky turret takes as well.
Yeah, always doing those sabotage plays, which is really good at. So why not do it? If you're good at it, you are paid to do it, so why not do it? Here we go. Kashik Batia going in with the Unbridled Air Rage. We do see Olimsky gets the kill onto Mac right now, and now we see Olimsky goes down. Also, Vex is on the roam flanks through the path of passing, but Kashik Batia is still a little bit too lost in the thick of it right now. Vex is on his tail, gets the kill onto Kashipatar, means that they don't really have a solid front line right now on Major Pride. The Virtus Pro don't have any minions to push any further into the crystals, so they're going to
minions, lol.
and cut their losses.
Lol.
No, the support on both teams take turns taking that godlike gameplay as well.
Yes, the Crimson Golem does go over to the side of Grizzly Q. So
the AD carry of VP is not having a great time, but he's still he's ahead of Gold of Ali.
Quite the right person to go to, but
I'm surprised the Gold team is
close.
close.
Crimson Golem, you may as well take it.
Yeah,
Looks
like
so
I said, right,
one-sided.
this is for the past 2 minutes. It's been the support slash roam show. The 4-man knockup on the side of Kashipatir, really changing the fight for the side of Major Pride. But at the same time, the counterplay coming out by Grizzly Q with the time lapse of his life at that point, securing a kill as well for his team onto Kashipatir.
Yes, absolutely. We've already seen a little bit of a fight around the mid lane, just trying to set up, or maybe
Not another Sienna, not this time.
Tyrant, but once more,
Thank God, let's go. The support didn't steal it.
Second neutral objective on the board, so they've been doing pretty well with their the lack of neutral objectives and lack of damage buffs that we saw from game one. They were all over it, all over taking those neutral objectives. This time around, they're like, hey, we'll take a little bit of a backseat in terms of the neutral objectives. Let's see what Major Pride can do when they have those neutral objectives.
Yep, it's a big goal sway coming in for VP, and VP, they might see the opening. The silence.
Wait, can it burst on Hino?
Yes, the Pay 3-1 does come through, saving Raid QT ever so slightly, but it's not going to save the high ground turret into the mid lane. Let's see if they're able to save that high ground turret into the farm lane, just about on the side of Major Pride. Right now, they're on the run back into the jungle just to try and reset and recolonize on the side of Virtus Pro. But right now, you can kind of see that 3005 is just looking for those macro plays. He's constantly just trying to make sure that the minions have access into the higher ground turret, and then we see the rest of Virtus Pro just trying to take on all of the Major Pride.
Oh, how the tables have turned. That's 13 minutes of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears gone down the drain. It is all VP in the lead at this point, baiting out potentially the next big fight.
Yeah, not the biggest goal lead going into the 17-minute mark, right? They're only a 4K goal lead ahead, so it's not the difference here, but it could be made up by the side of Major Pride. You do see Shizuki going into the back there, doing a lot of CC onto Monkey. The infinite vastness does come through for Mac as he comes back down, lays the smackdown.
They got a kill.
Back onto Alimsky, but it is Alimsky
They got a
taking the
kill
onto Grizzly Q. So they don't have that time lapse in their
They got a kill.
utility right now. Major Pride actually giving a bit of a fight back in this game too.
Yeah, I like this performance so far. They will
Are they
not
going
give
for Overlord
an
or
inch
not?
without a fight. And at
I mean,
this
they kinda
point,
need to.
Major Pride, they could be on the cusp of something great here. All they have to do is to secure this Shadow Overlord for themselves.
I mean,
and
they're
they
gonna
can
get it
definitely
easily.
swing things back into their
No
favor.
chance to contest.
Yeah, speaking of squeaking things back in, they are looking to secure that Overlord, and they do get it as well. But
Yeah,
you can
as you
kinda
said,
see
long
here
game,
the
eh?
3005 is looking to push the farm lane.
Long
Just so
game
they
to
can try
close off
and
the
get
day.
this high ground trade. Just get another one off the board, whilst the rest of Major Pride are just trying to push the clash lane. There we go. Vex gets the high ground turret, so that is one
Good
less
backup.
problem for the side of Major Pride to deal with. But the major problem right now is Major Pride is at your high ground turret in the clash lane.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, will they stop the TP? They actually do. That's going to be one man down on the side of VP.
Can they maybe end the game here?
Yes, one man down the side of VP as we see the Grizzly Q is pretty much the only last surviving lifeline for that high ground turret as his members come through now.
All right.
Mac has to use the infinite
Ogren
fastness
is,
pretty
trying to destroy
early
mid lane.
in that interaction just to dodge out that winter is coming, which could have been a lot more deadly onto Mac as he is quite a squishy hero right now. It's all about the damage for the lung, but right now you're seeing Vex go 3v1 against Major Pride, taking a lot of damage. The HP regen does come through, but is that going to be enough to escape Shizuki? He is going in, save his Kinesis. It's still a 4-5.
What's going on, man?
right now. 4v1,
It's 4
sorry.
people.
And then we see Kinesis gets the kill onto Vex.
Okay, he gives his life. Most people would be like, "Hey, that was a bad play. That was a godlike play coming out from 3005, right? He bought so much time for the side of VP. Right now, 30 seconds in, he's going to make it back in time for the next big objective fight. And that's going to be the Tyrant leading into the Tempest Dragon. So now, when the dust has been settled,
He outbought it,
it
he
is
bought time,
actually
but I
still
mean-
Major Pride in the deficit.
They lose the, they lose this
not
now.
quite a unfamiliar face for the side of Major for Virtus Pro, right? Is that Tempest a dragon? They've seen it many times within just day one alone.
But looks,
so
I mean, I'm
I think
tired.
it's all going to come down to that Tempest dragon. Unfortunately, Kin, for both of these teams,
I'm
they are
tired.
going to have to fight tooth and nail.
It's been a long day, and I feel like I'm also a bit
okay,
sick, but
as
I'm
a
not sure if I'm
caster,
sick.
I love this because this is the most even of situations. This really tests how well your team synergy
Just
is.
the weather
at the same
change
time, you know how mechanically
gets me
skilled you are. And at
weak.
this point, Kashibatir going to do well for himself if he gets to time his unbridled outburst at the correct moment. If he expends that beast mode too early, it could cost him the fight against VP.
Tempest
Yeah, you can kind of
Dragon
see
has
that maybe that will
arrived.
be the point of Virtus Pro, right, going into this team fight, that they're going to try and bait that
Fight,
ultimate
fight,
because
fight,
they know
fight,
that
fight,
that
fight.
could make the tails difference in this Tempest Dragon fight. Right now, Kinesis trying to bait the Tempest Dragon.
Fight,
Looks like
fight,
they're
fight,
trying
fight.
to say, hey, look, we're taking it, but they actually aren't. And right now, you can kind of see that Shizuki is calling.
That's how much I'm standing right now, because if I'm standing, I don't fall.
Sure that
You know, I'm
giving some
fine
love
if I'm
to
stand.
that farm lane, so they're not going to get that backdoor play
Less tiring.
that they ever so really want here to try and close out the game too.
Yep, and to be honest, it's not in benefit of Major Pride at all. There's two lanes crashing in on the side of Major Pride, mid and bot, and all VP have to do is to play that push and pull game, right? And Major Pride, over time, naturally will need to go and defend the lanes.
Oh, absolutely. If they don't do that, then they're just going to admit defeat themselves, right? But right now, I think the best thing for VP is keeping Grizzly alive, keeping Mac
Wait,
alive,
what does Brook
and
just
making
say right
sure
now?
that he makes most
Wait
of
for
that
bot lane to
infinite
push in.
fastness, either
Oh!
as a disengage or a re-engage, but Shizuki looking pretty low here. 3005, got him on the run.
You get the next
baiting
wave.
away
Why is he
from
getting the wave?
Minion wave that is
Oh, he's
rocking
pushing him
down
out and then tries
in
to
that
go for mid
farm
now.
lane, but
He
now
tries to
we're
play. He's
seeing
looking for the flank.
3005
Ah.
looking to re-engage for
Oh,
his
this could be
team.
it, this
Vex
could be it,
into
this
the
could be it.
thick of
Ali
as
is low,
well.
Ali is
Linsky
low,
does
Ali is
lock
low,
him up.
Ali is
The
down.
Winter is coming, kind of separates the
That should be it,
path.
no?
VP
Well,
and
the carry?
MP,
I know,
but
what can
down
I
goes
do?
Kinesis, that's a lot of damage. You've just got to try
Oh,
and
can you get
focus
Thomas still one
Red
out?
QT, and that's what they're doing right now.
Ooh,
Kashibatir
he
tries
got
to
two
go in
resurrections.
with the Leap in Savior. Manages to get Red QT out of there. The Sage of
Ooh,
Sanctuary
high no
really does
damage.
save him this time, but Vex is right into the 3005, sorry, is right into the
Am I
thick of it.
in?
The path to pass in to try and save him.
Am I in?
Shizuki trying to do a lot of
No.
kills, a lot of knockers, but it's not going to be enough onto the Ogre. The time lapse comes through to keep
That's Tempest Dragon. They have to just go for it, right? No, they're not going for
which
it.
means that he's able
They have
to
to
take
defend
him,
top
but they
lane.
have to go back to base, right? That minion wave in
Mankey
the
is
top
staying.
lane looking very fruitful.
Yep, they definitely have to take care of both teams actually. Grizzly Q just
Musashi
makes the plays
has
of his life.
smite.
The Time Flux saving the lifeline on the side of VP, and it's all about the time lapse now. If he
I mean, he
gets
has
it
to,
right, the
okay.
steal will
I mean, that should be
not
game now, right? If he
possible on
can't
the
go.
side
Wait, he's
of
gonna try.
Olinsky.
Zhang
Yeah, not
Oh,
quite, but there
imagine.
we go. It is the Tempest
Imagine he
Dragon
gets
going
it.
over to
he's
Virtus
dead.
Pro. All they have
That's game.
is just one more push between them. The total immunity comes through for Olimsky, but it's not going to be enough now.
Hey, Mankey's down though, but doesn't matter, right?
But at what cost is it going to be to Kashi Batir, who's going to be an important role at this defense at the Crystal right now? We see those improved minions coming through into the mid lane as well. They're looking to take a Crimson, just take every little bit as they rock
Amazing
down
game.
to try and dominate this game 2 from Major Pride. Here we go. The path of passing comes through, puts lots of pressure as well as the time lapse coming through for Sun Bin. But right now, the minion wave has been cleared by Major Pride.
Okay, they survive at this point. Mac managed to deal quite a bit of damage onto the backlines, especially onto Red QD. But it's just the second wave of the Tempest Dragons as well. This could very well be the killing blow.
Yes, almost
that's
could be
it.
the finishing
That's
step
it.
up here for
That's
the
it.
steal. It is going to be the crucial crowd control come from Sunbin. The Olimsky is trying
That's
to do
it.
anything into the backline, but it's not going to be
GG.
enough. Game 2 goes over to Virtus Pro, taking a 2-0 from Major Pride.
Oh my.
Big game. This was an important game for the side of Virtus Pro as well on the side of Major Pride. But boy, did VP pull through. Resistance is futile. When VP hit the
Crazy.
stride, there's no stopping them.
All right, guys.
It's their signature Mac attack.
Appreciate you
right?
for hanging
It really
out,
came
but
through
I'm at the end of
for,
my.
VP this time around.
Yeah, I've been on for
Going
too
into
long.
Game 2 and day 2.
I'm at the end of my energy, so thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Tomorrow will be the same thing again.
And it means
So
that the Vitality could still be in for a bit
tomorrow
of a
we run
shock
it
here
again.
if we can just see
And hopefully with more
VP
steep.
pull up their socks and
a bit more
do a
energy,
little bit
but
more
yeah,
better
guys,
of a work for
thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much.
Yep.
For tuning in.
And I have to say, I'm super
And again
impressed
tomorrow,
with Grizzly Q.
we're gonna watch
That was
Vitality
a
qualify,
huge
so
performance by him.
see you guys
Right,
there,
the
guys.
time
Have a
flux
good one.
really saved the
Bye
day.
bye.